Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile discussion and for a bit of a live stream of a bulk divination card turn-in. Today, my plans are to turn in 1,729 of the Void Divination card. Why this number? Well, partly because it's 3 quad tabs plus 1, partly because it's the largest turn-in of this card that I believe has ever been done, and partly just because it's a cool number. There's a number of reasons it's a cool number. I'm a bit of a maths nerd, but that's not that important for this. All we're going to be doing is going and turning these in. And the other convenient thing that we've got here is that we've got clean access to ROG and the Shredder, so that all of the bad loot can go straight in the Shredder where it belongs. And trust me, I'm expecting we're going to get a lot of that. Now, the way that this divination card works, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, it kind of doesn't tell you very much about what it does here. It just says the void, reach into the void and claim your prize. It doesn't tell you what it gives you. But what it gives you is it gives you one item that could be given from a divination card turn-in at random, but paying full respect to how relatively rare those items are. So for instance, you are much more likely to get Reign of Chaos, being the most common card in the game. So if it picks Reign of Chaos, it'll give you a Chaos Orb. That's much more likely than getting a Mirror of Kalandra from the House of Mirrors card, or a Brick Strangle Grasp from the Matryoshka Divination card, or any of the other super rare things. Pathmaker's pointing out in chat that this seems like an exercise in masochism. That's probably right. There are a couple of things that make it a little bit faster though. If you hold Control and Alt when you click the NPC in your hideout that does this, then she'll open up straight away there. So let's have a look see. This is going to be from the Lover Divination card. You'll see it's item level 79. This is one of the 5 most common divination cards in the game, so we're going to get a lot of those. Anyways, here we go. Let's grab a stack of these and see what we get. So we'll take 24 of them, and then we'll assess as we go, and we'll just drop things like that in here. I remember it's Control and Alt in order to expedite opening this. So that's from the Scholar Divination card. That's going to come up a lot. I had forgotten about that. Seraphim's Armor is one of the other. There's an uncommon divination card, but not common and not really rare. We're going to get a lot of those as well. These will be item level 80 and just basically no use at all. They've been obsoleted. 5 Jeweler's Orbs here comes from the divination card that grants you 5 random of a currency, and that's the only way you could get that. This is item level 100. This is Destined to Crumble. You're going to get quite a bunch of those, and they will go into the Shredder. This is from the divination card that gives you 10 Orbs of Unmaking. Comes in Kerak missions, can't remember what it's called. Lightning Coil, good item, but not one that is of any value at this point in the league. Null's Inclination, this is probably Jack in the Box. There's a bunch of different cards that give you a random unique like that. This is going to be a Lover. There's going to be a lot of Lover cards that we get, because that's a very common card. Zodiac Leather, this is probably a level 100 item. It is a level 100 item. Those will at least disenchant reasonably well, I think. This is going to be quite awkward. We want to try and go to the Shredder while we're making some space, and just dump stuff in here that probably shards pretty well. I think Lightning Coil does. Oh, hang on, that's not Lightning Coil. That's a Lightning Coil. 18,000, that's alright. Null's Inclination, 18,304. And these rares, they're not terrible. They're not bad. This will be terrible though. That can just sit on the ground. I'm not bothering with 2,000. Especially when it's item level 80 stuff. Just takes that a bit longer to shard than low level stuff as well. So yeah, that's not so hot. Anyways, Victoria's Influence. There is a divination card directly for that item. There are a couple other things that could give that as well, Jack in the Box, but it's probably the one that's designed for early league Orobot use. This is the Trial Divination card, level 15, a tier 15 map. 5 Chaos Orbs is again going to be that divination card that gives you 5 of a currency. 3 Fusings, that's Loyalty. 5 Chaos Orbs again. 1 Chaos Orb, that's going to happen a lot. That's going to happen a very large amount. Brandis' Gold Ring, this is a direct divination card that gives exactly this. It's something from an earlier era of the game when Magic Find was a little bit different to what it is now. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword, we're going to see that one a lot as well. That's a common card. Used to be a crafting starter. It's still got some uses as a crafting starter, but it's been power crept out of relevance. Heroic Shot Divination card there. What do we got here? Gold Ring. This is item level 100. That means that it's come from the div card that grants you an eye level 100 piece of, I think it's jewelry. There's one for jewelry and there's one for armor. The opulent, I think. Destined to crumble for armor, the opulent for there. 6-link chest here. So that's basically at this point something we will just vendor because like we're not at a point where in a league where that's still useful, but early on that would have been really good. That's probably come from the Divination card, Chains That Bind. Perseverance, that disenchants very well. It's actually quite a good item too. It's just too common to be worth anything. And we got this one here is another Singleton Chaos. I'm really interested to see how many Singleton Chaos Orbs, how many Chaos Orbs in total we end up with. I feel like we're going to end up with a lot. And let's just put in all of the currency that's unambiguously from this. And the stuff like, I'm not going to bother with these things though, Scrolls of Wisdom. We're going to get a silly, ridiculous amount of those. And we'll just drop in some of this and throw the rest in the shredder. I think we're going to hit a point though where our shredder's going to be full. And even though we're going to continue generating stuff from it, we're going to continue putting stuff in there. I feel like we're still going to stay full, especially given that it wasn't completely empty when I started this. That goes on the floor. I'm pretty sure it does. I'll just make sure of that. It's a higher level mod, but what's it? Yeah, I know, it shards terribly. Okay, so that just goes on the floor. And we're going to vendor this thing here, and I'm just going to count that as 20 fuses. Even though it's not a direct drop of fusing orbs, that's what Chains That Bind are later on. AB in chat is asking if they can ask questions about the Mandelbrot set. I'm not like a complete expert or anything, but feel free to fire away while we get the next 24 of these out. This should be a bit of fun today, I think. I'm not suggesting this is necessarily the most serious, sensible thing to do with your time in PathOfExile, but if you're just looking for something silly to do, that's a Divination card that directly awards Rat Nest. That is the silly Divination card. What's it called? Carrion Crow. That's one that, was from the very start of Divination cards when people didn't know what people were going to want from them. This is the Divination card that grants a 5-link staff, which is just basically 7 Jeweler's Orbs. More of Mischief. This is the Divination card. This is the Beck's Helmet. I think this shards pretty well, and it's actually a really, really useful item. Superior Records. These days, it is extremely cheap. If anyone wants to replicate this feat, which may not be the smartest idea, but all you need to do is just come to Faustus and just buy Void cards. Just put up a buy order, right? And then just go play the game. Put them up at 1-to-1, and you'll find that they'll fill over time. Maybe about 30 cards per hour. So over the weekend, this just cost me 1,729 Chaos and 220,000 gold, maybe. And that's basically it. Yeah, I don't know about Bex. I follow her on the website formerly known as Twitter. Pathmaker's just mentioning Bex who used to work from Grinding Games and then moved on to Riot, and then I think has moved on since then. Definitely was a complete legend of a community manager. This here is double veiled. I think I have all the unveils. I'm pretty sure I do. But just out of curiosity, let's see what we get when we unveil it. And okay, I'll take that. And we'll just take that. The reason I'm doing this here is that the way that the shredder works, the amount that you get from the shredder is dependent upon the mods that are on the item. And I think that it's like the veiled mods are going to disenchant fairly well. I don't think it's going to be extraordinary or anything like that, but I do think it'll be okay. Mirror Arrow there, that's the Doppelganger card. We're going to get a lot of these. A lot of these. Hey, Jelty, welcome, welcome, welcome. But we'll do something a little bit silly, and I thought that this would be fun to do on YouTube rather than Twitch today, because I figure this is something people will be curious about for a while. Whether this Divination card is worth turning in bulk or not, I think the answer is no. I think it'll be that I'll make currency out of it, but I'll make less than I would have made if I played the game normally. But anyways, I guess we'll find that out. I probably should not be being this finicky with all of this stuff here, but that's the way it goes. Things like this can be quite useful early in a league. Level 21 golems, level 21 auras in particular. That one's actually the better of the two. level 21 gems. This can't be shredded, so unless it's perfectly rolled, it's just getting destroyed. 20 fusings, that's the Lucky Connections Divination card, I think. And at this point, we are out of space for a bit. I'm just going to drop a couple of chunky things in there, which we can then go and take out and put into the shredder. Next time we go to King's March, we'll see what we've got here. So, yeah, people who come over from Twitch will see that I got completely burnt on a 50 million shipment. I got 0 mirror shards just before. Completely 0 of them. Which, as I was saying over there, it's funny when it happens to me. Void's not happening to you. Hey Ben, yeah, this is not me doing something that I think is sensible. This is me just being silly. Like, we're at that point of the league, aren't we? Like, where we do all the silly stuff. Especially like going to the effort of trying to sort of not really necessarily optimize everything in the shredder, but like at least doing things with everything as well. Like, that just adds extra effort. I should probably not have all of these here. If you're wondering why I've got so many influence jewelry pieces here, it's because I was testing something out. There's a scarab that generates heaps of these things, heaps and heaps of influence jewelry, and I was playing around with it and made a lot of influence jewelry, like a ridiculous amount of it, more than I could ever realistically need. Anyways, let's just... Too much Tetris, not enough actually killing monsters at the moment. That tends to be the case when you're playing around with some of these things in game. Alright, that can go in there. What about these that don't actually shard very well either? Arthritis speedrun any %. There's a reason I'm taking this slow, mate. That's partly just sort of recovering from a bit of some sort of injury to my back as well. But I'm definitely not going to go lightning speed whilst doing this. Let's just take out about that many. And then go back to the hideout. Yeah, Void cards have gotten really cheap this league. It used to be they were quite expensive. They were a real hassle to acquire in any sort of bulk at all. Nowadays, there's more people running tier 17s than ever before. That's 4 of the same scarab, that's right. That's actually a really good drop from that card. So it's more is never enough is the Divination card that this is mimicked. Gives you a stack of 4 scarabs, and I think Kato of Risk is one of the better ones. Beric's Pass is a low value one. That'll be from Heterochromia. That card. A corrupted... Oh, this is the Warden Divination card. Things like this can shard pretty well, usually. Things that are corrupted rares. Oh, they can. These I always like to augment out and see what happens. Oh, I was looking at my own armor then and thinking, what on earth is going on? So that's another 6-link. Nothing valuable there. Cupboard in chat is asking, have I decided on a class for POE 2? The answer is no. I need to see all the power fantasies of the classes first. That'll make the decision for me. Like, I'll probably see something that jumps out at me then. Currently, like, I just don't feel I know enough about the classes that are going to be available. So let's just vendor this 6-link. We are getting a lot of 6-links so far, and I'm curious whether this continues or whether we've just had a bit of unusual luck so far. Question in chat there that is, what do mathematicians mean when they say that fractals have fractional dimension? So this one's hard to explain exactly, and I'm not an expert enough to be absolutely certain in this, but my understanding is that essentially the more that you zoom in, let's picture it this way. If you're looking at something that's straight like a ruler, the edge of that ruler, the more that you zoom in, the more that you would need in order to trace out the edge of that. But it's only going to go up linearly. If you were to instead look at the space that's filled on a plane, then as you zoom in, as you zoom in twice, you need 4 times as much paint to fill it. You zoom in 8 times, you need 64 times as much. So that's quadratic. If you've got in between quadratic and linear, then that can be fractional dimension. But I don't know the exact details of it. Seraphim's armor, that is just getting destroyed. All of those magic items are just really bad now. That's just Jeweler's Orbs. Prismatic Ring, this is the Metalsmith. These things were a pain to get for a while. They're not now. Doedra's Elixir, this has to be 333 or very close to it, otherwise it is getting destroyed. Can't go in the shredder because it's a what do you call it? Can't go in the shredder because it is a flask. This is the Web Divination card. This card has aged probably among the worst of anything. After Multimod got nerfed, it was basically destroyed. Wormsmolt. Gemini Claw of Celebration. One good mod is not really enough. But that said, Gemini Claw is a high-level base. I'm curious how well that shards, actually. I'm going to go test that next. And I'm going to test it after augmenting it. Devoto's Devotion shards well. So let's do that now. So let's go and apply... Where is it? That's not the right one. Where's the right one? That's the right one. Okay. So let's just go and see. Because it's a high-level mod, I'm kind of curious what we've got there. What is this? Does not shard well. Okay, cool. That answers a question that I had in mind. What I want to do at this point, though, is let's not put that in the shredder. Let's put that in the shredder. Let's put the stuff that takes up the most room in first. Then we can clear up some space for everything else that we want to put in. So we're going to have to wait a few seconds for that one to finish. While we're doing that, we could move around some of these smaller things. And also Vendor. That one goes to Vendor. Wormsmolt, I think, disenchants well for a tier 5, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. It's just adequate. This is getting shredded even though it doesn't need to be. That is worth shredding. And that thing probably isn't. What we're going to do next is put in... actually, let's put that there. We'll then once this thing's gone, we'll stick in 2 3x2s. Yeah, that is correct, AB. So, with a small delay here while we wait for this to finish, I'll throw these in. That's a bit better, actually, a gold ring. I thought the Gemini Claw would be higher because it's... maybe the Celebration mod is just not very high level. Okay. Have we had any luck so far? No, we have not, NKB. We've had stuff that would have been good on day 1 because we've got 6 links, but a 6 link at this point is just fusing orbs, unless it's a premium base, and we haven't had any premium bases. I don't even know if you can get premium bases off them. Oh, let's just finish out this... wrong one. Let's just see what we get here. Reduce ignite duration, meh. Fire resistance... And bricked. There we go. Into the trash with that. And let's grab more voids. The best thing I've had so far, well, I think, I'm not sure if these are still worth what I think they are, but Cut-Off Scarab of Risk, is a stack of 4 of them still like 20C? If it is, then that's the best thing we had. John Starvin's asking what was the nerf on Multimod. Multimod used to not be capped at 3 mods. It used to be unlimited. It was really, really... busted at that point, to the point that like it was just dominant in terms of the things people would equip. Multimod was used everywhere. Destroy. Lots and lots of these low-level rare jewelries. Lots and lots of these level 100 chests. At least I think that's level 100. Malachai's Artifice is something that shreds pretty well. Runic Prophecy Wand. Okay, this is Recombinator food. This one's getting kept. That is one that is worth keeping. Corrupted tier 15 map. And we shall drop a few of these things back in here. And... but this is the best thing, the second best thing so far. Best thing being the 4 of that divination, the 4 of the scarabs. Alright, let's grab another bunch of these. You're going to go out of sight, out of mind, get forgotten about for now. And transmute, it's just what we always wanted. Chromes is what I always wanted. In the league that I have, that I had to sell chromes off with Faustus because I had 5,000 of them. The first time I've ever hit problems with 5,000 of those, of that currency. Alright. Magic items will just... Scoured items will just destroy. Electrocuting jewelry. That's right, there is a divination card for that. Again, one of those ones that hasn't aged very well. Another level 21 golem gem. It would have been good early. Level 100 base. More transmutes. I don't think I have space for those anywhere. More unmakings. And... Oops. I'll drop all of this in here. Let's throw this in. See if we've got room. At this point, I think what we want to do is go and take a few things over to the shredder. And by shredder, we also mean just vendoring this 6 socket from that thing. Yeah, but I have low expectations on this. I think I'm going to make more than my 1729 chaos back. But I do not think I'm going to make anything like that. Anything that is remotely commensurate with the effort that's involved into picking up all of these things and then dealing with all the mess afterwards and all that sort of rubbish. It's definitely not going to be worth the time in that sense. But it can be a little bit of fun, you know. That's what we're doing for. And you know, if it makes currency, it makes currency. If it loses currency, it loses currency. This league, I don't think I'm really that fussed if I end up losing a little bit of currency here and there. There's plenty more where that came from. If I actually want to spend any. Oh, so John, I think I answered that before, but you may have missed it. The multi-mod used to allow, it didn't have the limit of 3. It used to just let you keep throwing more crafted mods on. And as much as that sounds really good, it actually wasn't good in practice. It was like it was basically vendor purchased. It was a vendor purchased unique item. Because you could just create things with it that were quite deterministic. Tom Trumpers is asking, is it still possible to do profitable crafting, and is meta crafting the way to do that? Oh, merciless armor. I gotta think that one. Merciless weapon. That's getting kept. That could be useful for someone. There is still a potential to do crafting now. One difficulty you'll have is that recombinators are just so good that unless you know how to use recombinators, I would say you don't want to do any. You don't want to try and craft. Recombinators basically replace everything else. And Blood Bond. Oh yeah, there's a direct divination card for that. Okay, this Merciless Thicket Bow is going to get put aside. This is a recombinator input, same as the Runic Prophecy Wand is. That's its use, and it's definitely got a use. Like, it's definitely something someone might want. I've got something in here that's in the wrong spot. Using a dump tab. That person's either messing with me or anyways, I'm going to ignore them because they're either messing with me or they're trying to give me a handout as a streamer, which I don't want either. So I'm just gonna ignore that person's comment there. Did I have any raw mirrors this league? No, I have not had any raw mirrors. I've never had a raw mirror drop. What am I doing at the moment? I'm just sort of spending too much time micromanaging the recombination juice at the moment. Probably because I should be vendoring more things rather than what I'm doing here. So let's just go vendor this trash. Blood Bond doesn't shard very well, does it? No, it's like it's okay. It's not great. It's just so just answering Phoenix's comment about recombinators being so good. Like, yes, there are other things you can craft, but the recombinator is so good that unless you're doing something that is narrowly done well with a different strategy, people using the recombinator are going to undercut you. Like, for instance, if you look at the chess pieces that are popular on Tricksters at the moment, you can spend like a mirror worth of currency, crafting it using fossils and then other things, or you can instead spend 30 divines and do it with recombinators. The thing is that the thing that would have sold for a mirror last league is now only going to sell for 40 because wrong thing, because people are going to be going to pay what it costs to make it plus a margin. Recombinators got a buff post-league launch, but it actually wasn't very significant. They were broken on day one. People were wrong. They were broken on day one, and it just took a while for people to work out how they worked. And until people worked out how they worked, they looked terrible, but they weren't terrible. They were just broken from the start of league. All right, let's grab another bunch. So far we've had a couple of minor hits, but nothing to be excited about. Plus a bunch of little stuff there, but really we've had no good hits. Nothing that's worth a divine yet. Low tier map, single essences. I'd say 3 essences from the div card for them. Another blood bond. We're going to get a lot of them. Another low tier map. Alterations, just to go with the other thousands of them that I've had this league. That said, you can use a lot of them this league, courtesy of Recombinators. Offering to the Goddess, that's the first one of them. Another Mortal Hope. And that is an unassailable low tier amulet that can just get destroyed. Let's go back here and we'll drop stuff in again. Drop in all this stuff. Maps can just go away properly. Everything else can just get thrown in. And we're almost at the 1/12 mark with nothing yet to be excited about at all. Electrocuting ring. Highwayman. Feel like I'm getting a lot of Highwayman items. This, I think, used to be rare once. Now it's not. This is one of the common barracks items. Barracks script. Barracks Respite is really good, both to directly equip and to make the taming with. Malicious is level 83 requirement. This will shard better than it looks. At least I think it will. I'm going to confirm that, because we'll probably see that again. Devoto's Devotion always shards well as well. That gets vended. Victario's shards okay. And Rat's Nest is going to get in the shredder as well. But the thing I want to check out here. So let's apply a augmentation to this. And then just take it to the shredder and see what it comes up as. So, how much does this shred into? Wrong item. How much does this shred into? Only 3,000. Alright, I was wrong. Here I was thinking that was going to be better than it was. And we'll just dump a bunch of other rubbish in here. In fact, let's start bouncing things around so that we're not quite in as messy a setup here. Let's move everything leftwards. You can spend way too much time over optimizing this, but that is more optimized.
Welcome to the Forge.
Barracks Respite is by far the rarest of the Barracks rings, but if you've got a level 96 character, Barracks Respite will have dropped for you. You just won't have had it on your filter. It's not on Neversync Uber Strict, I think. At least, yeah, generally isn't. Alright, let's grab another 12. Or whatever. We actually got 13. That's fine. I got a divination card back. It's quite funny. So there's a divination card set that gives you a divination card, and the most common reward from that is, of course, 3 Faces in the Dark, because it's the most common divination card. So that's one of those max troll things that you get. Not only are you getting something worse, but it's really bad. This here is one of the pieces of the Harbinger belt, the unupgraded version. There is also the ability to get the divination card, the Deadly Joy. that can give you that can bypass that and just give you Torrent's Reclamation double corrupted, but that's really rare. Can it be ignited on a badly rolled Ventor's Gamble? This goes in the shredder. This will shred well, actually. This will be like 25,000, I think. Beric's Respite was tier 1 up to Calandra League, and then it's been tier 3 ever since. So it's still not super common, but it's not rare. It's definitely not rare. You'll have no trouble getting it if you want it. But Beric's Respite is just, it is a good item to equip on certain builds as well. People always look at it as just a taming ingredient, and partly it is, but it also has that other use of just directly equipping it. It's just such a good item when you're playing an Ignite build. Okay. All this stuff goes into the shredder, except the maps. I'm not going to bother putting maps away. They're just a nuisance. One thing I am liking here is it seems like we're actually reducing the amount of space that we're taking up, or at least close to it. I thought that this was going to blow out really badly in space, but it's looking like it's not. Rat's Nests are everywhere. Mortal Hopes are everywhere. Corrupted Jewelry is everywhere. And also, it's all bad, the Corrupted Jewelry. The Harvest Divination card is... Oh, sorry, the Divination card for the item The Harvest is common as well. What is that? Tier 3 map Corrupted. Oh, that's Boundless Realms, I think. Oh, there's one Divination card that gives a Corrupted map. Desert Brigadine, this has a couple of options. So, I need to check the current price of a 6-linked Lightning Coil. I'm going to do that before we go any further on this. I don't think this is worth doing, but I do want to just check something. I might just demonstrate this if it's an option. So, Lightning Coil, 6-link. Okay, this is a marginal case. Let's have a look and see if we've got the relevant reagent. We do not have a Mythic Orb. Alright. Well, there goes that plan. What I was going to do was I was going to Vaal Orb that thing and then go for the 1 in 13 on the Mythic Orb into Lightning Coil. So that's something that you can do if you get a 6-link Desert Brigadine. The more useful case for this, though, is if you open a Corrupted Strongbox, and that Corrupted Strongbox drops out a 6-link Desert Brigadine with bad stats. Then in that case, Lightning Coil is definitely a bit of an option there. Anyways, this is like the best 6-link we've had so far, I think. It actually has some use as a 6-link rather than just being complete and utter trash. So I'll sit it there. That's going in the shredder, but not yet. Let's go get another bunch of cards and turn them in. This is a level 79. That's a Lover card. Again, we're going to get a lot of those. Blood Bond again. Get a lot of those. Blood Bond, I think, used to be tier 3 and is now tier 5, I think. I'm not sure on that. Whatever the case, it drops a lot. That gets vended. It's terrible. Seeming to get quite a few of this Scarab card. It's the only Scarab card you'll get a lot of. More is never enough. The one that gives 4 Scarabs now was changed recently. That one is going straight into the trash. Unless even tier 2 life is probably not worth picking up. And I've noticed that you seem to get more Cyrus Shards than you would expect for a tier 3 unique. At least I think it's tier 3. Not actually certain on that. Oops, I just put something in the wrong spot. From a tracking perspective, that's annoying. And, okay. I'm going to rescue those Scarabs. So that was Influencing Scarabs of the Elder. It was 4 of them that I put in the wrong spot. Let's go grab them and put them back here. Not that I'm really tracking that closely, but never hurts. Bloodbond is T4 apparently now. Okay. I thought it was T5, or whatever the case, it's way more common than it once was, like long ago. Obliteration's such a good item, but too common to be worth anything. Prismatic Ring again, Metalsmith's Gift. More ID scrolls, just in case I ever forget them. Umbilicus Immortalis, I think shards pretty well. Like, not crazy well, but okay. Shaper influenced items. Influenced items in general, these shard pretty well too. So they're quite good dust. We are getting a lot of those, and we're just destroying them all. What is... Oh, this is a level 100 armor. Keep getting confused by that every time it comes up. Okay. Hey, Payag. Yep. You caught me alive. Alright, let's just go take a couple of the biggest, bulkiest things and shred them. And then we will be fine. Unfortunately, the Shapeshifting Act doesn't work live. The secret trick to that's not really all that secret is that it's usually I'm just in the process of editing. I'll be like, oh, I need to fix XYZ, and I'll decide to do it just as a meme. I'll do it. I'll edit when I'm wearing something else. That's all that goes on there. So sounds really exciting, but it's not. Anyways, let's grab a bunch more of these. And let's just grab the whole 22, which is probably a bad idea because we'll run out of space, but I've done it now. Okay, what do we have here? City Square, low tier map, corrupted. Level 20 gem, that would be the Fox, possibly. Does a Fox give support gems? Maybe it does. That's probably a lover card. That's the div card for 5 of the same currency. Electrocuting amulet can just get destroyed. It's not worth the effort. Balefire, this should shard okay. Like, not great, but okay. Agnorod staves, these shard really well. Really well, like 20,000. Maybe a bit less here because it's coming from because of the way it's coming out of item level 80, not 85. But still. It's alright. Lionized Vision, that should shard pretty well as well. Coruscating Elixir is no roll range on this, is there? So it's a good item, but again, it's everyone that wants it has it. This we will roll out. We'll see what we get on that. Lionized Pause, we will pause before we do anything with that. Alright, Arrow. Another Mortal Hope. We're going to get a lot of those, I think. Essence Worm. Can we make it without running out of space? Another Coruscating Elixir. That will fit. We're still fitting. Just. And we do manage to make it without running out of space. Am I intending to spreadsheet this all? What I was planning on doing, Shanazam, because I believe that the formulas for this are pretty well known in the community. I was just going to go through it and point out the massive hits. So if we were to get, say, I don't know, what'd be something that would be impressive and interesting? If we were to get a Horn Scarab of Awakening or something like that, I'll put a timestamp for that. But I wasn't really trying to do this as a gathering data thing. I think gathering data with this sort of project requires a lot more time than it's going to take to do it this way. What I did want to do though is roll out these things. I do like doing these when you get them. This has potential. This is a double critical strike multiplier jewel now. The Regal is going to be telling. The Regal's a bit of a miss. I am still going to exalt it. This is not a made item, but it's good enough that if it vials well, it didn't vial well. Okay. Let's just throw it in a tab that's got a price tag on it. It's I don't think that'll sell, but my default is just throw it into a price tab, into a tab where it might sell if it's the right item that someone's looking for. Okay, let's grab another 13. What have we here? That's just a level 79 jewelry. Cartographer's Chisels are nice. That's the first one we've had, unfortunately. 10 Chisels comes from the card that comes out of... what's that? Can't think of the name. I think it might be Cartographer's Delight, but it comes from Cartographer's Strongboxes. Prismatic Ring is gone. 5 linked influenced item. This is the Jeweler's Boon. Very nice card early in League because it's quite easily self-crafted. Sorry, it's quite easily self-farmed nowadays. It used to be it used to be different, but it's changed. Dreadarch, very good item early in League, as long as Hex Blast Mines survives. 75%, that's near minimum roll, that's getting destroyed. And 20 alterations. Oh yeah, there's a card for 10, a card for 13, and a card for 20, isn't there? Always forget some of these. Okay, let's grab a couple of the chunkier things, and we shall go to the shredder once. I just want to vendor. This thing will be, like, earlier in the league, you probably wouldn't vendor it, but at this point you will. I'm just going to grab a few of the things that will shred pretty well, and hopefully, by the time we get there, long enough has passed that some of the bigger, bulkier items at the start have actually finished. And you know what? They haven't. So we've come a bit too early here. Let's remove those two, put those two in, because they just take up less room. In fact, let's go with that, because I think that's worth quite a bit. Only 15,000. Here I was thinking that was quite a bit more. It does have quality. A lot of the cards that give you a corrupted item, they come with quality on them. But it turns out that this is going to be the one that's the best to shred out of this slot. Unfortunately, it's not, like everything here is pretty much rubbish for, well, we've got a couple minutes and that stuff will be destroyed. I really should have started this. I should have planned this better. I should have started this with the shredder completely empty. But that's what we haven't done. No point crying over spilt milk. These three can go in here. They're not actually from this, but they're also not something that is valuable at all. Rise of the Phoenix, first one, interestingly. I kind of thought I would have had more of them than that. A lot of the Karui corrupted. Oh, this is from the Divination card. This was once almost impossible to get corrupted flasks. And there was a Divination card that came out really broken at first. It was called Fateful Meeting. It's extremely rare. It was added in, I think, patch 3.9. And it gives you a... No, it's maybe after 3.9. It gives you a double influenced, double corrupted unique item. And it was not just a unique item, a league exclusive unique. There are in standard there are Blood of the Karui flasks that are double influenced from that card when it came out. So I love my useless information about PathOfExile. That's some of the best of it. Agronod Staves, the other thing you can do with them is turn them into the map, the unique map that you need to do for one of the challenges. Okay, that's an 8-mod map. That is going to get put aside. This is like one of the better things that we've had so far. So we'll put it in this sort of bottom section there where the better stuff is going. It's not anything remarkable, but it is reasonable. Let's just drop all this rubbish away. And we don't have any space for that. That may change, though. What's the purpose of the 1729? It's 3 quad tabs for one, and it was just the fact that no one's ever done that many before. 1400's the most I'm aware of before this. Gluttony, that shards reasonably well. I actually have 1745 of them. It has to be perfect roll, otherwise it's destroyed when it comes up. Gem Cutter throws them by 10. Getting a fair few GCPs actually. But anyways, we do not have much more to write home about here. I have go there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, and this is all just rubbish that is going to eventually end up in the shredder at some point. We'll see how we go in terms of the fight between space and inventory space and the cards that we're turning in, because some of these things are stacking, some of them aren't. Like the fusings, for instance, they all stack. That goes straight in the trash. bunch of things that go straight in the shredder like that. Probably should be shredding these, like this level 79 jewelry stuff as well. Sacrifice fragments. We haven't had those, have we? There's another dragon style doublet. Another 6-link. That'll get vended. That's another 20 fusings. Another thing that's reminding me, I wish I was doing this at the start of the league. So let's go to the vendor and we shall sell this and then see how we go for space. Yeah, we're really out of space now. Okay, I'll grab another 12 from here and then that will give us a bit of space back. Mortal Hope. Other Mortal Fragments are rarer. Mortal Ignorance is now limiting. It used to always be Mortal Hope that was limiting on Uber Atzri attempts, but now it is the Mortal... Mortal Ignorance is limiting now. It was Mortal Hope originally. It's the rarest from Atzri herself, but from other sources you can get Mortal Hope a lot more easily. That can get destroyed. And we should now have a little bit more time has been passed with the shredder. We can now probably go back and deal with some of this rubbish. So some of these 4 size items are the ones that we want to try and get melting first, because they're the ones that clear up the most space when they go in here. And so once this finishes, which is 80 seconds or so, we can then fit in another 4x item, which will be this harvest. In fact, let's put in the one that shards for more first. So the corrupted harvest shards for more, partly because it's got a Val implicit, but also partly because it's got 20 quality on it. I think they're both item level 80. Yeah, almost all divination card item levels are your character level capped at 80. And that just depends upon the card design. I just realized I got a better idea here. Let's do it this way, like that. Yeah, so on Uber Atzri, her drop table, I believe, is 50%... Oh, sorry, on regular Atzri, 50% to get no mortal fragment, 20% to get, I think it's grief, 15% rage, 10% ignorance, 5% hope. And so that's always remained the same. They've never changed that. The thing is that the divination card for Mortal Hope is more common than people running Atzri. And so as a result, Mortal Hope is now often the most common, even though it's the rarest to get as a direct drop from its intended location. There's plenty of them in circulation across the trade league. All right, let's see what we get here. Turn in another 12. Hey, it's another Kiara's Determination with almost terrible roll, with almost worst possible rolls. Corrupted Blood duel with Fight Multi and Max Mana don't really go together. This is like a 2.5 mod duel, but because one of those mods is Corrupted Blood, I feel like that's another thing that will sell. Let's just put that aside. At least it has a potential to. So there's basically been 4 things so far that have been better than a 6-link, at least at this point in the league. None of them particularly great. Victoria's Influence, not the double corrupt, just the base one. Drill Neck single corrupt, that has definitely aged poorly, that card. Oscar, I think, is a Jack in the Box turn-in, or there's a divination card that gives a random set of unique gloves. This item, I think, disenchants really well. I will find out. This, on the other hand, is trash. Talisman. Alterations, they can go there. They'll get. There's another Chaos Orb, another Mortal Hope. Still no more of the other mortals. That's from the Inventor. There's the Inventor and also the Catalyst. There's 2 different divination cards that directly give you Val Orbs. And Castle Ruins Mountain. Righteous Fire Mana, you say on this thing? Yeah, it's Oh yeah, that's a real good point. Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion Yes, NKB POE is reminding me that that exists, and yes, you're right. I'd forgotten that it existed. Yeah, that is a good point. That'd be like, it's not best in slot for that build, and that build is sort of a bit unpopular. But it's still perfectly fine. So that's, yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I feel like just going to the shredder quickly and getting rid of some of this stuff. I am definitely spending too much time micromanaging this. This is one of those things I do that is not helpful generally. Like, the best thing to do at this point would actually be to walk away for half an hour and then come back and have, like, everything up to about here would be deleted by then. But that doesn't work very well when you're streaming. It's also kind of hard to discipline yourself doing it when you're just playing the game as well. Anyway, all that silliness aside, let's just go and drop some things away. And yeah, we're definitely losing the battle of space at the moment. But let's go and make things worse by turning in more cards. Lifesprig. Hey, that's terrible now. Actually, kind of always was, but it really has aged poorly, that card. Flasks I just generally don't want. I'm interested if that's the first Surgeon's Flask I've got, though. I thought that card was much more common. Malicious Gemini Claw, that was at least worth sharding, but not great. Andalvarius is tier 3, I think, so that will shard well. It's not well rolled, so no one's actually going to want it. Level 21 gems are mostly bad, but sometimes there's good ones. And 5 Chaos Orbs, there's another middle tier thing. Dorani's Fist, I think that shards really well. I guess we'll find out at some point. Let's go and vendor this thing. And while we're at it, Lifesprig is low level, that is getting vendored. These have low level mods, they can just get vendored. They're not getting sharded. I'm not going to bother playing around with too much with that. Oh, hang on. Let's just not put them there. Let's go like this. Then we can start putting things away again. And we're starting to clear up a little bit more space now. Although we're going to have trouble here. It's only 17,000 for Andalvarus, is it? Okay. I was thinking it was like, may have been 35. POE Cat, we have had no big hits so far. We have had a few, like, marginal things, but they've been marginal. Like, we're talking, like, 8 mod Elder Guardian map. There's a Runic Prophecy Wand, stuff like that. Perfect roll. Alright, we're going to keep that one, at least. Someone might want it. There's a Divination card. Loyalty. That's always funny. I get a laugh at that. Honestly, I always do. Okay, so let's go and dump some stuff in. Yeah, I'm getting dust and gold and things like that confused. It's like, it's so easy to just get terminology wrong. Part of the time I think I just do it deliberately as well. Like, I call disenchanting things sharding it, and I haven't played World of Warcraft in years. Like, that's a World of Warcraft term for disenchanting there. I haven't played that game for years and years and years, but it still just feels right. It's just like one of those terminologies that people pretty intuitively get what you mean, even if they don't play World of Warcraft. I think it's like they get a sense, they have a pretty good sense of what you're actually saying, so if it's unambiguous, it works. Anyways, I think we're now more than halfway through the first tab, so that's a sixth of the way through everything. POE Cat had a pretty incredible one there. This is going to get rolled, because we had something that came close earlier on one of those duels. Absolution. What do we got? Another minion gem at 20 quality. Another copy of the Harvest. Another jewel that's worth just augmenting and see what we get. I wouldn't pick those jewels up in general in the game, but given that we're already in our hideout, I don't mind it so much. 2 Exalts. Like, that's at least useful. Not worth much, but at least useful. What are you doing? There's a time when that would have been worth a little bit more. So what do we get here? Crit multi, lightning damage, and 5 multi with that. That has potential. Crit multi is dubious with 5 multi. There's some odd cases where it works. Like this is a live duel. This is one that if it vals well and did not val well, then it could have been better. Anyways, I get thrown in the 90C tab and probably forgotten about. That's basically the sort of caliber of item that is. And this one gets a regal. And then gets forgotten about because it doesn't deserve anything further after such a disappointing regal. Let's just drop these 2 in here. And then let's go grab another bunch of things here. We've made a mistake there in pulling them out, so we got 1 too many. That's all right. Mirror Arrow again. It really wants us to have a lot of GCPs at the moment. Whispering Ice is tier 3, I think now, so maybe that's maybe that'll shard okay. I'll find out in a sec. We'll go to the shredder after this. It's Sacrifice at Dusk. We've almost got enough to do 1 attempt at Adsary now. This is an Influenced Kingsguard. This has come from the Divination card Prejudice, which grants you a Veritania influenced. Oh, sorry, no. It drops from Veritania's minions, and it drops an influenced unique item. It's one of my favorite things in the game to turn in. Honestly, I should probably pick up some of those. Do another turn in like this at some point, because it's just really fun. It's not really good, especially now that no one wants the Eternity Shroud. Like that item is just not aged well at all, but it's still just cool. I really like it. Anyways, let's throw some things around here and see what we get. Emperor's Luck is really quite bad usually. Like, that doesn't mean you can't get good off it, but I've never done a mass turn-in of it. But it's not good in general. Okay, that's trash. That can just get forgotten about. Let's go visit the Shredder again and see what we've got over there. Okay, Whispering Ice is indeed 8,000. The reason that Sideways is saying that you get 10,000 and I'm saying you get 8,000 here, that's because this Whispering Ice is item level 80. If it was higher item level, it would shred better. You'll see Rise of the Phoenix is... Oh, it's 13,000. That's actually more. All right. And Kingsguard here is really high because it's influenced. Rat's Nest. Famine Bind is low. I thought Famine Bind was higher than that. One of those things that I was just unsure on. In fact, I want this to be higher because I kind of want these... I want these bulky things to be gone. That's something that's really useful when you're trying to go through stuff here. You want the stuff that takes up more space, you want it to go fast. I don't think anyone's ever got on video getting the 5 mirrors from Emperor's Luck. I know it can theoretically happen. It should be about 1 in 6 million. But I don't think anyone has ever videoed it happen. It's definitely been done with both Divine Orbs now and Exalted Orbs under the old metamod things standard. They've definitely appeared. But I don't think it's ever been recorded. This is interesting. We're all getting currency here, and now we're getting Mirror Arrow, which is essentially currency. Valerium. I will... In fact, I've already got the thing I need to craft this further. Oh, Cold Dot Multi. That could actually be good. Not really. Cold Dot is off meta at the moment. Midnight Bargain with a Val implicit should shred reasonably well at some point. And let's just finish off the process here of seeing what we get. So this is going to be a Regal Orb. They're one of those ones that actually does merit a Regal. Unfortunately, Critical Strike Chance does not really synergize well. It's not Dumpster. You do need Critical Strike Chance if you're using Elemental Overload. You need some of it, but this is not a good value source of it. And Mimic Super B is asking about the access to PoE 2. All of the things that are being said about PoE 2 are speculation based upon what was done for the Fall of Oriath, the 3.0 beta. For 3.0 beta, there were 3 ways you could get in. The first way was that you buy one of the new supporter packs. And they were $30 and up at the time. The second way you could get in was by being a long-term, like basically being a lifetime high spend customer. And that was if your lifetime spend on your account had exceeded 500 USD. And the third way you could get in was if you had ever bought one of the highest tier packs. At the time, that was $440 US or higher, because GGG have changed their system on those a couple of times. So if you'd bought, say, if you bought any individual spend of 440 plus, or lifetime 500 plus, or one of the new packs, that was the approach then. However, it is important to say this is historical precedent, and historical precedent is not guaranteed to repeat. So I do not know what they're doing this time. All I know is what they've done in the past, and time will tell whether they replicate that or not. I mean, it's reasonably likely they'll copy it, but that's it. Stone Golem 21, Agnarod's Staff. Agnarod's always shard well. No, don't actually want that at all. Probably should have done the same with that. Yeah, all these things that give you a magic item, unless the magic item is extraordinary, they're just getting destroyed. They don't disenchant well enough to be worth putting in the shredder. Obliteration again, such a good item, but not worth anything. Supreme Truth, I think, is I think that's a bit rarer now, although I'm not sure on that. Alright, let's just dump everything in here. We're out of space again. So we'll just drop the map, can go properly away, and we'll pick out another 12. We're going to do it slightly differently here. We're going to go like this. Not for any particular reason. I mean, it's slightly more efficient space-wise, but we'll see how that goes. That's going to get vended. That's unfortunately just 7 jewelers now. Fusings. The Divination card for 3 Fusing Orbs is one of the more common ones. Ventor's Gamble, this is a bad Ventor's Gamble, so it's probably just going in the shredder. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword can go into the shredder. Crown of Eyes, that will shard well. It's also, is it perfect roll or not? No. One of the few items that is worth a lot more if it's well rolled. People will buy them to double corrupt. The question of there being any good rolls, any good drops so far, and the answer is no. The Ventor looked good at first, but then I saw the rarity was so terrible on it. And Garro's Determination, not perfect roll, so it's getting destroyed because we can't shred it. You don't do sales, do you? You do. All right, let's grab another punch out and see what we get. We're still on the first stash tab here, so we've still got a lot to go. 6 Link Staff, level 55. That's a Dark Mage Divination card. That is just 20 fusings. Hey, perfect roll portal. Oh, that's cool. That's come from the Divination card that gives you an RNG amount of quality on portal. But that's like an actually useful thing. Hey, I got 20 fusings again. That just looks like the Dark Mage card again. That's another bulky thing that gets vended. And then we'll see what else we get here. That's a bunch of high tier mods on that. That might actually... This is not the disenchants well. Although it is only item level 80. Hey, that's another 20 fusings. What's this doing? This is an 8 mod map. Oh, it's from the Trial Divination card again. Yep. Another Coruscating Elixir. Again, that thing is a good item, but too common to be worth anything. And Grey Spire we'll have to pull out in a sec. Let's go vendor some let's go vendor some of these bad items here. Tabula, sorry, but you're gone. That's all you are useful for these days. Tabula, you used to be such a good leveling item. Now you are just vendor trash. Sorry, but it's true. Not even easily farmed. Insane cat sets next on the agenda. That's a little bit rare. I feel like Insane Cat is one that like would take you forever to get sets of compiled. Like just even if you've got the currency to pay for them, there's just not that many of the cards dropping. That goes away. That's a scout. Scoured items are a pain. You can't stick them in the shredder. I don't think I've got very many alchemy orbs from this. Mammoth might actually be good. That's a high tier mod. And let's go to the shredder at this point and see what comes up from this. Yeah, I just had a thought, right? Okay, the Grey Spire is an item that has no sockets always. This one is not worthy of equipping because it's not for maximum resist, and it's like it needs to be basically perfectly rolled to be worth anyone thinking of equipping. Let's test something. So that worked, good. That's what I wanted it to do. Tainted Jeweler's Orbs. GG thought of that. 1729 is indeed the Ramajan number. I was wondering if anyone would see that. And that is correct. Let's actually just clean a few things up there. Clean up some of this mess. How does that shard? Yeah, that shard's pretty well. That goes there. And we're good to go. So Sideways is suggesting smacking the Crown of Eyes with the Vaal Orb. That's not a bad idea. I think I might do that. But I'll just take that out of my own stock rather than the things that have dropped here. So burning damage. That's a non-mod, isn't it? I believe that's a non-mod. Like it's basically just the same as if it was uncorrupted. That can go away. Let's grab the 18 of them here. Yeah, optimizing various hotkeys and stuff is something I need to get around to at some point. I just have not done. I usually just type it. Reaper's Pursuit is quite low tier, I think. It's one that I haven't seen yet, I don't think. It looks vaguely similar to another unique, but yeah. That's actually, would have been really good earlier on. Essence Scarab of Ascent, for a period, this would have been like, I think these were 8 to a Divine at one point, maybe 9 to a Divine. So getting 4 of this from one turn-in would have been the best drop so far. Unfortunately, that's in the past. Okay, so we are just going to drop in a bunch of garbage here. Not all garbage, but mostly garbage. Maps, I have come to the conclusion they're just going in consolidated main stock, and then we have space for these. Let's just grab a couple of. Maybe grab 3 rows if we can. We're just sort of not being very sensible here. We're doing things in different ways all the time because sometimes you just got to keep it interesting. That looked like it was double corrupted at first, but it's not. It's single. We actually haven't had the Divination card that gives you a double corrupted unique yet. Arrogance of the Vile. Would have expected to see it. Magic items, even unless the base and the fixed mod are both high tier, they're not worth it. That's like really low tier. That can just get destroyed. All the mods are low, so it's not gonna turn into anything for dust wise either. So many of those mirror arrow rolls. I'm gonna actually check how many we've got. That's the first of the breach card we've had. That's low. Yeah, that's trash. That one can get destroyed. That's a 6 socket, which is just vendor trash. That's the Divination card that grants you a life armor. And that is the last one of those that we're putting it straight in there. Okay, so that goes away. And now let's go drop some stuff away. And then we shall go and have a look at whether we're in a position now to get rid of some of these bulkier items that we've saved up. They're the things, if we can disenchant the bulky stuff first, the advantage then is that will then mean that we're melting, like we're basically able to maintain more control over space. There is so much inventory Tetris going on here, it's kind of ridiculous to say. Alright, that will do. This thing will... Yeah, that thing... Oh, actually, that melts quite well. Is that worth... That's worth a single Tainted Armorer's scrap. Probably isn't, but we'll do it. Tainted Armorer's scraps have this use case. Like, they're... Yeah, here it is. Yeah, hey, rolled an 18 straight away. That's really good. Okay, so that now gives several thousand more dust. That said, it's only a few thousand. Not anything great. All right. Let's go back and finish off this this cluster here. We're almost there. That goes there, that goes there. And now we'll pull out everything in this column. What are we going to get? 16 of them. We got a Foul Orb. We got item level 100 armor. GCP. This is the low item level one. Yep, this is the one that was originally intended to chance into Vol's Protector, but then Vol's Protector stopped being popular, but nowadays it is just 20 more Fusing Orbs. Getting so many Fusing Orbs. First Fertile Catalyst we've had from this. Mortal Ignorance, that's from Sambodi's Vow. That's actually quite good. That's probably the 5th best thing we've had now, which is saying something about how bad we've been going. Necrotic Armor is, yeah, like that's a base. That's like 25C. Why do we get that? We got that Necrotic Armor because of the, that's Destined to Crumble. And we just got lucky and got an I-84 base. Lasagna Flask, and it is not well rolled, and it is corrupted, so it can just go in the trash. That's come from one of the Divination cards that can give you a Headhunter, but almost never does. And, alright. So, we have the Necrotic Armor is going to go into its own spot down there. Yep, that's the right spot for that. This is the stuff that's at the better end that we've had so far. Mortal Ignorance maybe goes in that lot as well. I think it's like, I think it's better than most of the rest of the stuff we've got. And then that can go away. These can all just get dumped. And we then go and vendor the 6-link. I think the key thing we're seeing here is that 6-links would have been a lot better. Very early on, we'd be getting a lot of fusings. When fusings are still loot, this would be what? Might have a bucket spell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so I had like 200 fusings so far, which would have been 8 or so 6-links early on. Be a lot more valuable than it is now. But that's the way it goes, you know. You probably can't get this Divination card early league because there's not very many people in tier 17s early on either. Nowadays, lots of people are in 17s and running this stuff and getting various drops. Getting lots of copies of this card and not caring about them because they don't seem all that worthwhile to turn in. We have not had any luck with them yet. Lots of mirror arrows as well. I'd count those in a sec. In fact, let's do it once we get through this. Corrupted shield. Yeah, there is a divination card for a corrupted shield. So that's what that was. And that's the armor that's got a life mod on it. Another Beric ring. Lots of those. Venomous Toxins. This is the divination card that grants you a random bestiary unique. This item should be at the better end of disenchanting because this will be item level 80. Normally, if you get venomous items, I think they're a bit lower level. And Farrell is something like Farrell's stuff is very worth looting just to disenchant at the moment. Another Victaria's Influence, getting a bunch of those. Another very good item, just too common to be worth anything, which is one of those things that comes up a lot in this game. It's either valuable or it's it's either chase or it's not. And if it's not chase, then it's really not worth anything. Let's go check what that venomous item disenchants for. So how much are we looking? Only 15,000. Okay, we got rolled. That's that's trash. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it goes, I guess. And we shall remove that because it's easy to fit in other places. Throw that in there. Yeah, here I was thinking it would be like the Farrell items where every single one of them is at least 60,000, and the armor is like 90,000. I think the others are like 70,000 mostly. All right, drop all this in, and then we shall grab another couple of rows. No rhyme, no reason here, just doing them in whatever way feels right at the time. Thornburg on void cards getting hidden. Yeah, there would be some people hiding them, but I would say the overwhelming majority of people aren't. Like partly because they're just so easy to sell. So you pick them up in bulk and they just sell straight away. Like you list them for 2 chaos each and they'll be gone. They're also probably a really good item actually to flip. Because the people who want to use them are not the people who loot them. Will I be okay after this? Oh yeah. Look, we're almost a third of the way through, aren't we? You got to do something silly every now and again in this game. And I missed a week or so with an injury, so I'm sort of just back to being myself again. Thought, oh yeah, let's just do something a bit silly. Post it up on YouTube so that people can find it in the future if they care. 6-link, again, lots of 6-links coming up. Not worth anything this late in the league. But we do, however, get 20 more fusings for it. So that goes away. Then we shall drop in all this stuff. Let's put the bulkier stuff in first. Then we'll clear out the rest of the rubbish. Couple of things that need to go into the shredder, and we'll then get rid of another 3 lines of stuff. A bunch of these lionized visions that will disenchant pretty well. Not outstanding, but solid. They're always something I'm happy to see when I'm mapping for that reason. Like, they just go straight in the shredder. Coruscating Elixir again. The game is definitely telling me to run a build that wants that. Duedra's Elixir is not perfectly rolled, so it's just getting destroyed. As I say, it needs to be at least 2-2-3 and probably 2-3-3 to be even worth considering. I like the item a lot, but I'm only going to use the 3-3-3. Something I'm curious about is the number of raw Chaos Orbs we get out of this. I'm going to check that after this as well. Tripping on. Well, we are But hitting a space issue here. We are really hitting a space issue here. Okay, so let's go there, then move that to there, and then we can fit it. We need to then go and do some vendoring. Probably before we finish all this, actually. Yep, we need to before we finish. So, 6 socket, 6 socket. That's that card that gives you the 5-link staff that was designed for early league play, but then the game sort of, like, that part of gearing got easier, and so that card hasn't aged very well. Oops. This is missing a mod on it, which is always fun. What's it missing? It's... Hang on, wait. Yeah, it's missing the new mod entirely, but it doesn't even show up when you hold Alt. So this is the reservation efficiency mod is missing entirely on that. I'm not sure if that's normal or not for these things. I'm just gonna put that aside as a result, because normally, if a mod is missing, normally it does show up when you hold Alt. Yeah, it's not just that it's 0 though. It's actually missing entirely, which is kind of cool. I love how our chat's like a little bit behind, and is just everyone has simultaneously worked out what I took about 10 seconds to work out. Everyone worked out immediately. And all right, so oh yeah, we're gonna have a lot of issues filling this up. What are we tripping on? Is only 10,000. Okay, here I was thinking it was a good one. Did they change it recently so it behaves differently now? Does it? That would make some sense if they've done that. All right, well, it looks like we are now going to go back and see. Yeah, so when they did all of the overhaul of Magic Find, they had to change Ventor's Gamble. Quantity had to go, so that was the time that they made the change to the item. But the change, the way that it displays was not what I was expecting there. So we have a Vivid Jewel here. I'm gonna do the augment routine with this. Stun duration. This is probably going nowhere. Yeah, that's going on the ground. This league has indeed felt like it's going a long time, hey? Like 3.26 and POE 2 news, please. Blood Bond, just what we always wanted. More for the Shredder. It's always the case with common uniques, though. Even the good ones, and Blood Bond probably isn't one of those. Even the good ones end up just being overkill pretty soon. There's one of those really fun Divination cards, the one that gives you a guaranteed physical reflect map, and the Divination card has an image that's meant to be Zizaran, or look a lot like him, because he's famously died to reflect maps a few times from not reading them. In hardcore as well. That's always funny when... Life Sprig. No, you don't shard very well. Yeah, on Ventor's Gamble, I think one of the main things that's keeping it from seeing more play, like Ventor's is still a good item, but the ring slot is so OP at the moment. Like, there's a few really ridiculous things. This is a Porcupine set, so that's going to end up getting us a bunch more. Going to get us a bunch more fusings. Now those maps are going away properly, and we shall drop a bunch more stuff in. And we're starting to get a lot more. Let's actually just vendor some of these. We don't have space for them. And let's vendor one more thing. What's this thing? Let's just destroy that. Now we got space. Okay, let's grab... Almost finished with the first tab. We got 5 more columns. There's another Blood Bond. I just vended one of them. Game is really, really determined to remind me that that item exists, because I always forget. It's not on my filter, so very easy to forget it exists. In fact, I'm going to have a look at what it does after this, because I can't remember. I legit cannot remember what this item does. Grant's Blood Offering. That's a unique offering, isn't it? So that would be one I'd have to look up what it does. Otherwise, though, it's just general low quality defense type stuff. Anyways, let's grab more cards. Drop that stuff away. Grab another set of cards out. Let's go 3 rows this time, just to be really confusing and silly. And drop those in their place. I think the reason Blood Bond comes up so much is probably tier 5 unique. Maybe it's tier 4. Likewise, Harvest. Harvest is crazily common now. Coruscating Elixir only exists from Divination cards, but it is also a very common one. Fragment of Knowledge, that's from this one of the rarer things, and this is actually probably the most valuable out of the first 576, which is saying something. If it's not the most valuable, it's close to it, and it's the most liquid. So that's from the Eldritch Decay Divination card. There's yet another of these 6 links. We've got so many 6 links, it's not funny. And we shall vendor said 6 link. Almost all of the fusings that you see in here are from vendoring 6 links. They're not from the other thing you can do. It's not the case though. Someone in chat is saying that they think the Shaper thing is 100C. I don't think they are. I think they're unusually cheap this league. People are running Uber Shaper all the time, chasing Sublime Visions. And as a result of that, they're generating them as a waste product. I think it's actually Elder that's more valuable at the moment. Because if there's one thing no one in PathOfExile wants to do, it's run Elder Guardians. I haven't hit the Fortunate, but I have hit the other... I have hit Saint's Treasure, which should be the same rarity. So it's just... Let's go over bisection. Forgot that thing existed. Oh yeah, there's one of the other Divination cards. Like, yet another Divination card for a 6 link. Like, the game really is telling us 6 links are everywhere here. So once we finish this tab, we will do a count up of the number of fusings we got. Only one stack of fusings, only one stack of 20 fusings came from the Divination card that directly grants 20 fusings. All the rest have come from 6 links. All of them. That can just go in the trash. And then we can go and see through what we've got here. So let's go vendor this 6 link. The reason people don't like doing Elder Guardians is because of the waiting around. The huge amount of waiting. While the RP event goes. That was like, it's kind of a cool event the first time you see it, but they have the Elder come into the map and destroy the boss for you, which is cool, but it's cool like twice. And then after that, it is just not needed anymore. Stormcloud does not shard very well. It's a low-level item, so it's gone. And another Beric Ring, but the wrong one, as is to be expected. You'll almost always get the wrong one. Burden Oil. That's just 6 socket. And last one for this stab. Let's go and turn around and vendor this thing. And then we shall go and drop off all of this rubbish and see what we're at the moment. We could just remove 3 of these in order to dump one of these in there. Drop that in there. We got a little bit more space. And then now, let's go through fusings. This is from 576. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 stacks of fusings plus 1. I believe, I haven't been tracking this, but I believe that that's 281 fusings there. We have, there's the Divination card that grants you 3 fusings. I think I've had that 7 times. So that's 220. I think I've had 10 6 links out of 576 void cards. So if you're doing this early enough that 6 links are meaningful, then that's something that you can say, all right, you're going to get a bunch of 6 links from it. But we're now at the point where it's like quite late, and then no one cares about them. Let's talk about other things we got. We had, in terms of recombinator things, we got the Merciless Thicket Bow and the Runic Prophecy Wand. Not good on their own, but they are valuable inputs. We got a high-level Necrotic Armor. We got a Fragment of Knowledge, we got a Mortal Ignorance, and we got an 8-mod Elder Guardian map. Oh yeah, and we got this jewel that was crafted. Like, this is the crafting property if it were to sell. This feels... Oh no, sorry, no, this was not crafted. This was a Lacrimal Necrosis. So that's alright. Yep, the reason that you're thinking that Phoenix Flame is this. This is the 1/3 mark. Let's go to the Shredder and dispose of some items quickly. Hopefully we've got a little bit of space open up now. I don't know if we do. Oh yeah, we do. Oh, good. Alright. Bulkier thing, and then we'll go grab... just go grab a bunch of bulky stuff. It's up here, isn't it? So, let's grab... Oh, no, not you. You're a keeper. You... And you... not that we can... And you. Then we'll drop you in there, you in there, you in there. And I think we can now drop all of these in. Though we actually don't quite have enough room for that. We can get close. Like that. Alright, that'll do. Okay, so that's a bunch of space that's been made while that stuff continues to shard. I really should get my hands on level 10 disenchanters. Anyway. I'm only missing 3 of them, I think, but that's still... I still don't have them sorted. How long did it take us to do that? Oh, wow, that took 90 minutes. Okay, so we're only at the 1/3 of the way through. And let's go and get started on the next slot. And see how we go. Yes, a big shredder would be cool, I think. A big shredder would be a big improvement over what we've got. Everything here is chunky so far, nothing stackable. 5% max life, we'll put that aside, we'll try and roll that. Okay, so let's see what we get on this thing. We are going to hit it with an augment. I think that's already bricked. Yeah, I don't think there's any way that can go. That's like, it's, especially with it being a bad roll on the other thing. Dump all that away, and back to it. Hey, welcome, welcome. Yeah, there is a huge amount of inventory Tetris with this. Like, you could do this more efficiently if you completely ignore the shredding. I think if you just, instead of shredding things, if you just delete them. But that sort of feels bad. There's another Exalted Orb. That's just a reminder that we could have had Divines instead, but we didn't. That's like a bit better rolled, would have been useful day 1 of the league. Although day 1 of the league, you're not going to have very many void cards. And so that's the unfortunate part there. Yeah, being able to buy additional pages of disenchanting space would be great. And like you say, for in-game resources, definitely not. That would be a hard no on if it was like stash tab. That's getting vended. Well, the other thing I wanted to check is how many Chaos Orbs we got as well. I want to check that next after we've finished this slot. Gee, the game is trying to tell me to use Rise of the Phoenix at the moment. No, don't want single middling tier mod. Oh, then as soon as I destroy one, the next one comes out the same thing. What do we got here? All right, so let's check out the number of Chaos Orbs we got. Chaos Orb. Yeah. Only about 100. Only about 100 Chaos Orbs. I was expecting more. Honestly, I felt like I had more than that. I definitely felt like I'd had a fair number of Chaos Orbs, but no. Numbers don't lie. My memory does. Let's just go and vendor this thing off. Awkward, messy things. Being able to tie up the Disenchanter to your stash somehow would be really good too. Expedition Scarab of Archaeology. I have a feeling this is one that was valuable early in the league. I just need to check that, as I'm going to check the history on it. Archaeology. I think it's one of the rare ones. Expedition Scarab of Archaeology. It's cheap now, but Ninja, no, it was not expensive early on. So I don't know what the details are there. 76 Simulacrum Splinters. That's worthless this league because Graniger Games gave us the, what do you call it, those things with the, what is that item, that thing, the King's March mappers with Delirious maps, that combination. There's another one of the fusing orbs. Direct drop of fusings rather than the indirect stuff that you would get sometimes. Another Mortal Ignorance, that's another reasonable drop. I'm just going to quickly go to the Shredder now. And so I think that a Disenchanting tab would be problematic. It would be too close to pay. It would be too close to a paid advantage. It's like pushing at the edges of the line. I'd rather they don't push the edges of that line. I'd rather they stay pretty solidly clear of it, like they have so far. And so yeah, I would not endorse a Disenchanting tab at all. I would prefer it not to exist. So it just starts being something that makes it more necessary to buy more stash tabs, and then that starts incentivizing the game design shifting in directions that require more space as well. I think GG have gone sort of near that line a couple of times but haven't crossed it. Getting a lot of 20 quality gems here. A lot. Belly of the Beast, that disenchants well. Yeah, being able to access through like ROG, the Expedition version of ROG, having some sort of integration between the two would be great. I think they deliberately decided not to do that this league because they weren't sure what would stay. And that it would just seem really silly if you were to make it so that you integrate these two mechanics really well, but then one of them doesn't stick around. Bulk Hold Snap, what's that? That is 2120. This one's interesting, right? I think, can be used quite well in the... what's the name of that labyrinth? There's a few divination cards that grant you 2123 or Val 2120 gems. And there's the Eternal Labyrinth of Dedication, I think it's called, is something that you want to keep in mind. Good questions been asked in chat by Durian there. What does character level do here? If your character level is 80 or higher, then divination cards rewards will be item level 80 unless the divination card explicitly says otherwise. If your divination card does say otherwise, then it wins out. But if it doesn't, then that's how it works. For most of the cards, though, so that's if your character level is lower than that, then it'll give you your character level instead. But if the divination card specifies a specific level, it wins. So take, for example, divination card, the Chains That Bind. If you turn that in on a level 80 plus character, it'll give you a level 86 link. If you turn it on a low level character, it'll give you a low level one. And if the divination card says it gives you an item level 100, then it'll give you an item level 100, whether you're level 1 or 20 or whatever. Life Sprig is terrible for disenchanting. It's like one of the few things that you just cannot be bothered to do. Montragals, I think Shard's okay. 223, not quite good enough, even with a good other roll on it. Malicious Gemini Claw, not good enough. It's only Shards for like 3,000-ish. Limb Split, I think Shard's poorly. I'm not sure. 12% global crit multi. We're going to try and roll that up further. You kind of have to get multiples of the same, more of the same stat. So you get critical strike multiplier that can work with that, then it can be good. And oh, that's like the worst. Beyond is one of the. This I think is like the worst scarab in the game at the moment. And okay. So what did we have here? We had a jewel that we wanted to try and see what comes out of it. Augmentation, probably bricked. Needs to hit real hard, and it did not. Okay, so that can just get destroyed now, and we'll go and take a quick walk into the shredder. Really agree, it would be good quality of life being able to sell heist targets to Faustus in Hideout. That would be a huge improvement. One of those really simple things as well that would just make things so much better. Now, let's instead put these things here. That goes there. The reason I'm doing that is then now I can start throwing things in here and not really... Actually, let's move them further. Yeah. I think that's much more optimized there. Yeah, it's really annoying that in Heist, if you're running with Talina, it's really awkward. It's also if you do a trade while you're in a heist, like you're in the escape phase, someone says, "Hey, I want to buy this item off you." You invite them to your party, but you go to your hideout, and it's like, it's just such a pain. It's clunky and awkward and annoying. Anyways, what I was saying here is that this is actually a reasonably good drop as well. It's our first good drop for this clump of them. So I'm going to put that aside for now. And it's not expensive or anything. It's just genuinely useful. All right. Here we go. Open up another 15. Lahoopa Ball, this does disenchant pretty well, sometimes, because it's always corrupted when you get it from a card. That card is surprisingly rare too. I'm going to count up the number of mirror arrows I've got after this. I feel like I'd say just off the charts crazy numbers. Absolutely ridiculous, right? Let's go check that out. So, Mirror Arrow. So I have 7 of them here. I'll just dispose of all of this here first. And how many do we get in the first slot? 12, 15, 23, 27 so far. So it's like maybe 4% to get this. That's a lot. Maybe 4%. Okay, way too many of those jewelry cards. Death's Hand is something that feels like it's getting more common lately. Maybe it's just that it was been off my filter for a long time and then for some reason it's come back on. It might have just been price spiked at the time that I set up my filter, but it's on it at the moment. And it feels like I see it all the time. Let's just go Ventor that 6 socket because we're going to run out of space otherwise. And then we are going to go back to turning in cards. Yeah, the Rogue Harbor can be a bit full on, like people talking in chat about how it has too many MTX in it a lot of the time. I definitely agree. It's that zone is full on, the amount of MTX that show up in it. It's there's times that it's really hard to play in. Imzerg is asking, is it worth buying Divination? Worth buying Tier 0 uniques to shred? What you should do is look for Divination cards for them. Anarchy's Price, I was able to buy a set of over the weekend for 403 Chaos. And that was like 1.8 million dust or so. So you can get them cheaper than 4 Div. You get them for like 2.7, 2.8 or so on buy orders for cards. But with that in mind, yes, it's worth it, but you can get burnt. I got burnt before. I did a what do you call it? A massive boat and got absolutely nothing back. I got like 6 divines, no mirror shards. So yeah, basically people are paying that because of the mirror shard chance, and you probably will get mirror shards, but you can get burnt. But you should be doing, yes, they are worth buying. Like, do not do more crops. You're better off doing 2 boats that each have 25 million crops and 25 million dust than having 50 million going in crops in one and then having, you know, your, 60 divines left from not buying those tier 0s. You're going to get more than 60 on average from one of those shipments. It's just that you might get burnt on it. Where did I send it? Oh, so obviously, don't assume that just my bad luck is typical. I sent it to Ribenfell, and it was... I didn't quite have 25 million dust. I think it was like 29, 21. So 29 million crops, 21 million dust, something like that. It was a bit influenced by what I had rather than what I wanted to have, because I didn't want to wait any longer. I also got hijacked, but then I was fine with that. Zelpi's got a good question there about what the sort of revenue from streaming and the like is. Like, in good months, things are all right. Like, I started trying this full time when I was burnt out at a job that I was working in, and I had like 17 weeks leave when I left. And so like I had a bit saved up, and I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a shot. Prism Guardian, that will shard pretty well. So it's like, at the moment, I don't do anything else, but that may change soon. We'll see. Dictator's Prophecy Wand. This is another thing that is a genuine input to Recombinator Crafts. I'm gonna go and visit the Shredder. Basically, though, the exact details of how it works are not known. And anyone that claims to know is basically wrong. What's the origins of the Sogog name? Just from when I was a kid. I don't really know. There wasn't any rhyme or reason to it. Just sort of have always gone by it online. Like, since like setting up an email account in the late 90s or mid 90s. Late? Yeah, maybe like 96, 97-ish. Anyways, Prism Guardian is going to get shredded. It's everything that's like tier 2 rarity unique. The price is dictated by the shredder now. Which is the silliness of this league. Like, there's been a real sort of thing of that happening. Seraphim's Arcanist Slippers, no. Be top tier base, otherwise I'm not bothering with it. Alright, let's go drop these in. Yeah, making up I do not think it would be easy to come up with a name these days. Because, like, it's interesting, just my actual real name. There's someone with the same first and last name in both the UK and the US that both have somewhat of an online presence. Not huge or anything, but that's interesting that, like, you find, and that's legal name. Like, your nicknames tend to be different again. Okay, let's go in here. I wanted to find space for this in here. So that goes in there. That's, like, at least reasonable, I think. I'll go back here and then drop off all this stuff. I want to see if we can do anything with the Crimson Jewel of Potency. We probably can't, but we're going to try. Augmentation. That's only half a mod. That's only half a mod. Okay, that's trashed. Fortunately, people are really, really picky on that now. I think the ability to dust uniques is extremely powerful, extremely subtly powerful, and so meta defining this league. I really would be interested what this league would have felt like if you did not ever have that ability. I don't know if it'd be better or worse. I think it'd be different. Seraphim's gone. I mean, a lot of those. They don't dust very well. Well, there's our Barracks Respite, our first Barracks Respite for this. I'm gonna turn that in. I'm gonna check whether it's better as a taming or as a Barracks Respite. Why'd I pick that out? That should have just been destroyed. Lots and lots of Wisdom Scrolls. Talismans. Oh, they are so bad now. Oh, perfect. Perfect Doedre. Almost absolutely perfect. That's getting kept for sure. Yeah, Thornburg points out the influence shrines would be crazy if you couldn't dust uniques. Like, you just get so many influenced items off those. Although that said, that Scarab is too common to be worth anything, no matter how good it was. It's just, yeah, like, it's just one of those things where it can't be worth anything. Barracks Respite. I say, let's grab the other two Barracks items. So we have a grip and we have a pass, do we? Yep, we have a grip and a pass. I want to check out what these are worth in the shredder first, if they go in there.
What can I do for you?
And let's just you in first. I want you disenchanted sooner rather than later. I didn't mean to click you. And let's just check what these shard for. So Oh, there's not actually... respite is actually not that much. Let's do the Ventor recipe and see what side of about 12,500 it is when we got the taming. Obviously, it's quicker this way as well. Oh, you got to ID it. And if it's well rolled, we're definitely not sharding it. It is well rolled. Okay. Okay, so the taming shards for more. That's interesting. And it's well rolled as well. Alright, let's throw in some stuff here. But that was an interesting thing to find. Superior Records are saying you want gold tradable. Trust me on this. Gold tradable would be so bad that players would be begging GGG to remove the auction house. It would be that bad. If it was tradable, you would see absolute dominance of bots. Trade bots would be mapping would be worthless because trade bots would just be, it would be in so much of a position to push you around on prices that you wouldn't be able to deal with it. It would be a disaster. It would be like Diablo 3 when the player base begged Blizzard to get rid of the auction house. It wasn't a case of design vision. It was a case of the player base wanted that thing gone. And you would have the same thing happen here. It would be a disaster. Well, it wouldn't be a long-lasting disaster because it would be removed. Botters will play both games. I mean, botters don't... commercial bot cheat operations don't just play the newest game. They play wherever they think they can get a buyer. And they'll be wherever they think they can find people. Ah. Misclick. But yeah, I think that the not having gold be something that you cannot trade for, that was one of the mistakes GGG could have made that would have been potentially even a game killer for PoE 1. I feel it would have been that big of a debacle if they got that wrong. The way that things all link together in games that... We're getting close to the halfway mark at the moment, I think. Vale Scouting Report. I turned in this Divination card set on day 1 of the league, and I got comprehensive scouting reports. That was kind of good. That was a side quest card. I just put up a buy order for them at 2C a card, and when I got it, it was it was quite a nice thing to have. Something I mean to check is how well this shards. I'm going to actually handle that straight after this because I am curious. Is this something that I want... Oh, pick that up. Is this something, this Divination card one, that is better this league because of the ability to disenchant the things? Vigorous as top tier is worth keeping. The only one you keep. So, unveil item. I'm going to double unveil this. This is a level 54 base, so... Oh. Hello. What just happened there? Okay. I don't think the mods themselves matter that much. I just think it's that this gives you 2 high-level mods on it, and that's what matters. I'm going to stick that in the blender and find out what happens with it. I think one of the other things Grinding Gear games have done that's anti-bot related, and it's not really obvious, is the introduction since patch 2.4, but especially since patch 3.13, of making it so that you really have to build up your Atlas in order to be an efficient farmer. That's something that they've done in order to really undermine bot cheats. How does that one work? Not very well. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. And the stuff from that Divination card is not that great. So basically they made it so that if you go back to say, if you go back to even as recently as 3.12, you would find that you could run maps on a relatively new account, and you'd get reasonably similar loot to someone that had been building up their account a long time. Nowadays, that is definitely not the case, and I think a lot of that is about making it so that bots have to put more investment into each account they make, and basically so that bans hurt them more. Bans on their farming account hurt them more. If you're looking for gold farming, though, the way to do it is, like, honestly, there's a couple of things on the Atlas that are busted for it. So, gold farming 1. Invasive adversaries. This thing is, like, this cluster is significant, but this node is like 40% more gold. 40% more gold just for having this allocated. Granted, it adds a fair bit of danger, because it adds a bunch of tier 17 monsters to your map, but this thing is like ridiculous. Then you have all these little map modifier effect nodes. All the ones that exist on the tree make maps a lot more dangerous, but they add a lot more gold because you're triple dipping. You're adding pack size, you're adding rarity, and you're adding quantity. So you're getting all three of these things at once from it. Your next thing is going 8 mod maps. Currently, my standard on an 8 mod tier 16 is like, I think, maybe 24,000. And that's using one scarab that's uncommon but cheap, and the rest are all cheap. This isn't necessarily always domination. This one changes, but everything else is cheap. No, people say things about, like, tier 17s are definitely, but, well, how do you compare tier 17s to the Maven? Like, tier 17s are more approachable in the Maven if you don't know the fight. Like, if your character's super powerful, you'll get to the point that the Maven's easier. But that's if you're at the point that you can just ignore everything the Maven does mechanics-wise. Tier 17s have more things they can throw at you, but in general, I would say that map Lycia from the Sanctuary map is more approachable than the Maven if you don't know either fight. They got really, really nerfed hard this league. Yeah. 17s. They got really crushingly nerfed. So I was asking about 20 Val Blade Vortexes. Basically, these things are rare because they're expensive because they're rare, right? The primary way they come from is a 2020 Blade Vortex gem getting taken to the Lapidary Lens, and then getting double corrupted there. Okay, this is just going to get shredded because we were disappointed by the amount that's shredded for. There's a couple of other ways that you can get maps via. You can get high level gems through divination cards and the what's it called, the Eternal Labyrinth of Dedication. That's the other way. Side note: people in chat talking about Tormented Spirits. Torment is a mechanic I just wish they would retire. I mean, it's something that people never really enjoy running it. They run it when it's good, and they don't like running it when it's good. Bad. Attack damage with a shield is at least serviceable. Okay, this has potential. This has got double crit multi and something else on it. Exalt. That's like 3 mods. If that Val's well, it's 3.5 mods. Okay, I don't list that high. I think I don't think it's going to sell, but this tab is getting aggressively price dropped. That one, on the other hand, is just gone. Yeah, Thornburg, I agree. And they've had, like, Torment is just, it's never been a good mechanic. There's been a few attempts to make it interesting. It's broken the game a couple of times. Like, vacuum farming was one of the worst things that's ever existed. It was, I think it had to be emergency patched mid-league, vacuum farming. It was causing server instability. And then, yeah, like, there's a bunch of things that it does that are kind of cool, but it's just such a meh mechanic. When it works well, it's never really exciting. And when it doesn't work well, it really breaks a lot of stuff. So, do not like. I would happily see Torment removed from the game entirely. Potentially something more interesting put in its place on the tree. Like just general quantity nodes. Something boring like that. Auto exertion 20%. Okay. And what do we got here? Hey, lots more nothing. Okay, so let's go and trash that. And then we'll go and see what we've got here. Other rarity temper scarab food, yeah, that I've been promoting. I keep talking that scarab up all the time. The Radiant Storm scarab, it's like I've been using it every map for the last like 200 maps probably. It's so good. It just takes a bit of messing around with, but I think it's just that the main Magic Find streamers are willing to run glittering instead. So those people, because they're running glittering, glittering is like they do the same thing. It's just that glittering does it in a more user-friendly way. So let's talk what the vacuum farming was, because people are asking questions related to it. This does not work anymore, right? What you used to do was you'd tormented spirits. You'd stack a bunch of them onto a map. You'd run through the map, and you would use Cyclone on a character that's using Southbound. So the character would be unable to kill any monsters. They would then gather up a ridiculous number of monsters in like 3 or 4 screens. You'd run ghosts through them. Back in the days when ghosts were not capped at touching only 50 monsters each, and additionally ghosts could, multiple ghosts could touch the same monster. Once you had a huge pack of monsters in one place, you bring in a Magic Find color, and they would kill everything. It was absolutely ridiculous, and it caused so much server strain that it was like, that I think GGG had to actually emergency nerf at mid-league, which they are really hesitant to do, even when something really badly needs it. Economically, it was less busted than the thing this league that they emergency nerfed with burial chambers, but it was sort of pretty oppressive economically as well. I need to go to the shredder at this point. I'm having a lot of trouble keeping space under control. But yeah, you used to be able to have multiple ghosts affect the same monster, which was just like busted. I don't think we had Lockstep at the time either. It was Crash City, but yeah. Yeah, I do think it still theoretically still works, but the key change they made was making it so that you couldn't multi-ghost the same same monster. Essentially, it used to be that one ghost touching a regular monster would turn its loot to roughly commensurate with a magic monster, and I think 3 would turn it into something roughly commensurate with a rare. But you'd have like 7 ghosts touching them, and so every single monster is an explosion, but they're also being killed by a Magic Find color. We did have Lockstep at the time. Well, anyways, like it was still like just revolting, like the levels of crashes with it. And it wasn't just affecting the people who were doing it; it was affecting everyone as well. So yeah, it was a mess. It was a complete and utter mess. 2 imps is a synthesized item. That's one of the rarest Divination cards that we've had so far. This is the one that drops from Mausoleum, I think, now. But this is a really rare card. 7% mana, 12% lightning res. This is, like, what's the rolls on that? It's like a Cerulean Ring, but like it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit better than a Cerulean. Cerulean caps, or no, Cerulean caps at 10. Okay, yeah, no, it's a dud. Anyways, I'm going to put that aside anyway, even though it's, I think it is actually a dud. It's still cool. It's one of the rarest things we've had so far. And let's just drop a bunch of rubbish in here. Fury Valve will disenchant well, but it's not worth anything other than just as its disenchant value would indicate. And then we should probably just throw a few more things in here. Why don't we grab out 2 of these, and then we should be able to fill it. Hang on. Map, no. Map, you just go away. Map, you go away. You go in there. So much Tetris. How much Tetris make me something? I think that the Phoenix, just going back to the thing we were discussing about vacuum farming, I think vacuum farming was 1.x or 2.x. So Lockset came in 2.0. Yeah, it could have been either side then. Wherever it was. I'm not going to give an answer as to which was first. Just vacuum farming, though, oh, it was a mess. Prismatic Ring can just get destroyed because it can't be disenchanted. Surgeon's Flask, that's right. That's not high enough level to be useful. What I thought. Prismatic Ring again. Lots of Prismatic Rings. Lots of Prismatic Rings. Another Ventors, and it's a bad roll. Another Rise of the Phoenix. I mean, they are still 11,000 dust every time, but they're just so clunky and awkward. Another Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword. And another Chin Soul. I think there's also just been, like, on this thing about the punishment that we, the player base, put the game servers under. I think there's just also been an improvement of general PC hardware over time as well. Like, things that might have crangled the game servers in the past are just more manageable now than they would have once been. Thornberg's asking a question about the campaign secrets and whether there's anything in Act 6. I honestly don't know if there's... I know the ones that are higher profile, but if something's low profile, it may just be hiding somewhere and not really be known by anyone at all. Okay, so let's go back to it. Let's grab another cluster out, and then I think at that point we'll be almost halfway through. With no high-profile hits yet. Like, no massive hits. Lots of stuff that's sort of okay, but nothing that's that you go, hey, that's amazing. Five Chaos, that'll be from one of those cards. Sorrow of the Divine is a good item, but it's not worth anything. And it's not disenchantable, so it's gone, and we're in the middle of doing a trade-in. That's trashed as well. Alright, let's grab another bunch. Jernzax, I have no interest in more Void cards after this. No way. I have picked up more than enough of these. They're actually really easy to get now because of Faustus. But I'm going to be voided out after this. Gonna want to throw void cards into the void. 40. Oh, that's the divination card called the Innocent. Prismatic Ring goes away because it's not... Lots of regret orbs at the moment. That's the game sort of telling me something about this project. Vivid Crimson Jewel. We're going to roll that. Let's just take a quick side. See what we get with it. Projectile damage is only half a mod. Regal is only half a mod. Well, let's just Varl it where it is. If it gets CB immunity, it did not. It got... That's like... That's like... That Varled well, but not with getting a Varl implicit. Just, it turned into a good rare, but it's not good enough, I don't think. It's not going to sell. We're late enough in the league that we're not going to bother with tiny stuff, and it's not going to sell for, like, large amounts. Okay, let's throw these in here and see what we get with the next 10. Hey, it's a ring. It's a talisman. It's a prismatic ring. It's Chaos Orb. It's lots of chromes. It's an unidentified rare map, which can then just get ID'd and then get forgotten about because we've got so many maps this league, it's not funny. Another 20 quality gem. Another mortal piece. This one, not Ignorance, which is the one that's limiting. We've had a bunch of Ignorances so far, which has been interesting. Okay. How are we going now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got one more row, and then we're halfway through the second tab, which will also be halfway through the whole unboxing game that we're doing here. Am I still doing 10C trades only as a public service? Not for my own benefit. It's just like I've still got tabs up from earlier in the league, and if someone wants something from them, then yeah, they can have it. I will pull out of a map for them, but that is my intention. There is that I'm helping them, not that it's something I care about. Likewise for the 20C tab. That's just like, I'll do my small good deed. Okay, this is the game messing with me here. It's giving me like all the bulky things at once after I take out more than I should have. Anyways, back to it. I feel like I've got a lot of Lionized Visions to disenchant all at once. That's going to feel quite good because they do disenchant for a fair amount for their commonality, for how common they are. Like, not a monstrous amount, but a moderately good amount. I'm never sad to see the dust from them, put that way. Disenchant that. Oh, sorry, dispose of that. Transmutes, Mirror Arrow. Another 20 quality gem. So many 20 quality gems. Another Model Hope. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword can go straight in the trash. Expedition Scarab is... there's another single Exalt. Still have not had any Divine Orbs yet. There are more Divination cards that award Exalts than there are ones that award Divines. So it's sort of not that unexpected that you'd get more of one than the other, but we've had all one, which is a little bit annoying. Okay, let's grab a couple of these. I'm going to go and stick Lionized Visions into the Shredder. We really are falling behind here. Anyways. So those three can go in there, and... In fact, let's do it this way. That will then allow us to put that there, and maybe put that there, and then we're done. I think that'll do. That's like that's as optimized as I can get it without thinking about Tetris, because if you spend time thinking about Tetris, that's time you're not spending doing more useful things. As long as those things are just getting slowly and constantly eaten, That's all right. Now, we do have a little bit of space, not that much. Let me put aside here. We could package things more efficiently, and we're going to do that in a sec. Let's now go there. Got a few more of those, and start going again. Alteration by 20. More bad rare items. Zill's Amplifier again. Is there a Divination card that directly gives this, or is it just the shield card? The Corrupted Shield. I think it's just the Corrupted Shield. Unless I'm missing something. Agnorod Staff is something I'm always happy to throw into the Shredder. Not just to get rid of it, but because they actually shred pretty well. And 2 more. Demon Stitcher, I feel, used to be rarer than it is now. And I think it's been made more available. Boggy's asking a question about the early access stuff on November 15. So, beta and early access are the same thing from Grinding Gear Games' perspective. Their marketing department have told them to start using the term early access instead of beta, just because it's more in line with what other places do. So basically, everything that they used to say about early access and like where they used to talk about the beta, they now just use the terminology early access, but they still mean the same thing. So that's the reason that they've changed that terminology. It's just been on the advice of their marketing people, not anything else. The plans are still the same. With these Zill's amplifiers, they've all been single implicit corrupted though as well. So I think I can't remember which card it is that gives single corrupted on it. Whatever the case, it's not the most exciting thing in the world to have coming up and going, why is this happening? Is that dot multi? It's not. No, it's 26 is the highest on that. There's another Agnorod. Kind of thinking, do I want to make a Agnorod set? Like the Vintar Square, if you're willing to do the effort to get Vintar Square sets, they will, like, they do sell for more. What you should expect with beta is going to be what you're going to expect is to see the enough, like it'll be a minimum viable product. And probably a little bit more than a minimum viable product, but it will not feel like a full game, I don't think. I think it'll feel like it'll be missing pieces. On the beta/beta thing, I think it's just American pronunciation versus the rest of the world. I think beta is a very American term, and beta is most of the rest of the world, I think. Could be wrong on that, but that's my understanding there anyway. It's just a regional dialect difference. Southbound, that gets Valed. That's actually quite promising to Val if you hit hard. We did not hit hard. That one will get sharded though. It's got a bunch of high tier mods on it. There's a couple of things that can hit that are really valuable. Usually don't, but there's a couple of things that will actually sell for multiple divines. And additionally, it's not something that has critical rolls on it, like where you're like, oh, this item's useless. Like you hit the best implicit, but no one wants it because it's missing critical rolls. I think their plans with 15th of November are that they'll have enough endgame that it's worth playing, but it'll be missing stuff. I don't think they're as far advanced as they'd hoped to be, but I also think they've got a minimum viable product. So that's the sense I've got from their radio silence. I feel like they'd be talking more if they had something they were willing to hype up at the moment. But I also feel like they haven't pulled a delay, which would have been what you'd do if you were like in a crisis level of we're so far behind that we don't have a product to launch. Then you'd be like, oh, okay, we've got to do some emergency delay. They're not at that point either. I think they're talking about having 3 acts, and then presumably you might play through the 3 acts twice. Like once at low level, once at high level. That's similar to what they did early in PoE 1. And I'm expecting that there'll be something that resembles the Atlas in air. Gabby, yep, this is very much Slippery Jim-esque content. Like, I feel like Slippery Jim is going to watch this and he's going to go, "Oh, Gog just did 1729 of these. I have to do 5,000 just to completely assert dominance again." Because that is like peak Slippery Jim. That's why Jim is so fun to watch, is because he'll be like, "Yep, I've got to one up this with just going completely and utterly over the top crazy in the amount of that he'll do." Yeah, it's why Jim is a complete legend. Honestly, guy is just so funny. All right, let's just dump a bunch of stuff in here. We've had this run, right, where we've got basically everything is just clogging us up on space at the moment. So I'm going to pick out I'm going to pick out something real bulky, and it'll be that. I'll take that as well. 2 of the bulkiest things we've got, they're going into the shredder, and then I think hopefully be able to do that straight away. Shredder. These aren't. Oh, they're not actually good, but of course, they're lower level, aren't they? They're lower item level. I'm forgetting that. All item level 80 here. So if it was 85, they'd shard a bit better than that. Yeah, I've got so many wisdom scrolls this league. This is like the first league that a bunch of lower end currencies I've got completely filled up my stash tab with, and my currency tab, and just end up having to do something with them. I just dumped a bunch in other tabs. All right, let's see how we go. Boggy, historically it was that, but we don't know about it this time. It may be different. They've reserved the right to be different this time. Here's another Beric's Respite. I will turn that into a taming, because the taming shard's better than the 3 Beric strings combined, and also it's just more popular this league if it rolls well. I'm just looking at Kiara's Determination. If it's 60%, I'll keep it. If it's anything else, I'm not. Jim didn't just do 10,000 maps. He organized 10,000 maps multiple times as well. I think people forget that with Jim. Although I did actually one-up him on that as well. I did 20,736 Strand maps to test the drop rate of I Say Brothers, which then ended up being moved later. Well, it's still in Strand, but I think they probably put it in Strand because of that, when they were looking for somewhere new to put it. But it's no longer a boss-specific drop. So let's get those Beric strings, and let's do the Beric cleanup, because Beric strings are just cool. Taming's just a cool item. We have a Beric's Grip and we have a Beric's Pass. Excellent. Let's go to Lily Roth and go 1, 2, 3. And we have a taming with a 32. Meh. We got a 39 on the other one though. 39 is good. So that goes in there. Let's just drop that in there. Those can go back in there. That can go in there. And then we go back to our current tab and we deposit this in there, this in there. And once we make a little bit of space, we'll put in the rat's nest. Hey, kind of clap. Yeah, I'm definitely a lot better than I was. I'm not quite 100%, but I am clear to sit as long as it's not in ridiculous amounts. You see there, I put a rat's nest away, and what do I get? I get a rat's nest. One of those vendors. There's another Chimera map. And so, Ornamental's Breachstone, okay. Forgetting that you can get a Breachstone off this. There's a div card from Abyss content, I believe. Drops that. The Obscured. But that's the Eternal Sword. Can get dropped on the ground. Okay, destroyed. Because 20. Oh, that's the 20 of a... That's the Divination card that grants you 20 of a quality modifying currency. How rare is that now, I wonder? Might actually be curious how much that's changed this league. Yeah, coffins were the worst mechanic for space that GG have ever made. The space pressure in Necropolis was crazy. Maybe Synthesis, actually. Synthesis was really bad for space, too. I'd check the price on the Ornamental Stone. I think they're cheap, but I just want to confirm that. Chaos, what are they currently? Oh no, they're like probably in the 25 range. So that's actually a real drop. It's gonna be really funny when we summarize this at the end, and it's like, how much do we get out of this? And unless things change, it's gonna be a whole bunch of like, we're gonna be like, oh, we got like 5 cards that were like 5 turn-ins that were like in the 40C range, and everything else was junk. Global Crit Multi, let's see what we can get out of this. And we will go, firstly, we will hit it with an Augmentation. Fire damage, that's still live. It's only half a mod. Oh, this has potential. All right, we've got 2.5 mods here. We've got Crit Multi by 2 for fire, and we've got flat fire damage. Here's the big test. And it's a thing. Like, it's a stat. It's like, it's not dead, but it's not live. I don't think this is valuable at all. I'm going to put that in the 90C tab. I don't think I'm making a mistake there. I don't think I'm just going to get an instant sell on that. I think it might sell, though. Thornburg, on the Void cards, historically, it's never been good. The card is cratered in price this league, right? It used to be super inflated because the purpose of the card was not for people to turn it in because they cared about the drops. It was because content creators bought it in order to turn it in for content. Like, that was literally the purpose the card existed. How am I going for gold? Oh yeah, I have plenty. Yes, lots and lots of dust. Everything goes in the shredder. I was actually thinking, you probably all know the meme that, that's right, it goes in the square hole. And I was just thinking that fits really well with the, with what we're doing here. Everything goes into the shredder. That's right, it goes in the shredder. Let's go out 20 of these. Stack decks are profitable, though. Like, people love mocking stack decks, but they are profitable. The guy I know who... Oh. Plus on physical. Sorry, just checking this. It's not a made item. Nah, it's not worth it. That's the sort of thing that would have sold on day one. Yeah. Stack decks are profitable, whereas all these other things are not generally. There's a guy I know who's done a bunch of massive stack deck turn-ins. Like we're talking, continue turning them in until you're up by 5 or more mirrors level. And he consistently makes mirrors out of doing it. Dictator's Wand, that's a keeper. That's like at the lower end of keepers, but it is a keeper. Its utility is for the recombination crafting. So let's just get that aside before we forget about it. Stygian Van Gotham has just joined and is asking, have there been any good pulls so far? Question. Do you consider this Fragment of Knowledge to be a good pull? Do you consider an Ulnasol's Breachstone to be a good pull? Do you consider an eye level 100 Necrotic Armor to be a good pull? We've basically had a bunch of junk. Perfect roll Doedra's Elixir, maybe? Like, when I say perfect, it's like 2 off perfect on charges per use. But yeah, basically, we have had rubbish. That's right, it goes in the rog hole. That's right, it goes in the rog hole. But yeah, it's been, we're halfway through, and we've got nothing that shines. We've had a good roll Taming that we got all 3 pieces of, as well as a low roll Taming that we got all 3 pieces of. But basically nothing that stands out. Nothing that even shreds overly well. Lots and lots of these, lots and lots of bad 6 links that end up going and turning into 20 fusing orbs at this point in the league. But yeah, everything is getting shredded. Even though I only paid 1 chaos for each of these cards, I am still down. Let's put it that way. That's how it's going. Which is fine. Like, we're here to do this for a bit of fun, not to make currency. If I wanted to make currency, I'd just be doing flipping. You guess the amazing pools will be in the next half? I think the amazing pools won't exist, but we'll find out. It's all fun and games, but really, so far, the real loot has been the friends we made along the way. "19 mirror shards incoming," Mr. Raja thinks. I think I'm going to get 0. Just like I got 0 on my 50 million shipment before. When I was streaming over on Twitch before setting this up. I was like, oh, I'll go do that on Twitch and use that as a way to say, hey, come and check out the thing on YouTube. And because YouTube's is a bit more user-friendly, or is a bit better as a streamer, I think, now. Alright, we're going to try and roll that afterwards. Let's see what we get on this. That's a live mod, but not great. Yeah, that's trash. It's like not a mod anyone really wants, so real friends don't let friends open 1729 void cards. Correct. And let's actually do them around the other way. Hey, that's is that to... Oh no, it's 1 Val implicit. I was thinking I finally got the Divination card that gives you a double corrupted item, but I didn't. Yeah, Rog's Blender is working overdrive at the moment, but is still not really keeping up because we're just, even though I'm not really trying to open these at blistering pace or anything, we're not quite keeping up. We're running out of space. It's okay. It's all fun and games until someone loses an eye, as the saying goes, and then it's hilarious. At least I think that's how the saying goes. As we approach about the 60% mark here, whatever this amount is left. Oh, we got that as well, the Divination card for Val Cold Snap, 2120. Okay, so that's a 6-linked influence chest. There is a card for that now. Unfortunately, at this point in the league, that is just, especially with it not being a premium base, that is still just 20 fusings. That would have been quite a bit better at the start of the league. But it is just 20 fusings now. Death's Hand again. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword again. So many of those. So many of those. And they all go into the blender. Hey, there's another 20 fusings. If anyone still wants fusings at this point in the league, well, come and speak to me. Or just go to Faustus and get them off someone that undercuts me. And, okay, Vendor. 6-link. You're gone. Currently no Boggy. I'm just answering that. I probably will be at some point, though. Probably will be at some point soonish, I think. Depends how PoE 2 launch goes. Dewedre's skin. This is one of the rarer things, I think. I think it is. I could be wrong. It may just be that I'm not seeing it because I've taken it off a loot filter for long enough, but Melgaro's Virtuosity, that shards well as well. I think. I think I remember it sharding well. We shall find out in a sec with both of them. Devoto's Devotion, that shards well as well. Lots and lots of good disenchanting juice here. Perfect Roll on Blood of the Cavalry. Nah, no one wants it. Even Perfect Roll. No one wants that item. Hey Zotha, has there been a single worthwhile result so far? There have been a few things in the 40 chaos range. And that's basically it. Over like maybe 1,000. Maybe we've done 1,000 of the cards so far, and we've had yeah, just a few things in the 40C range, and that's it. Dewedre's skin you think is tier 2? Okay, that's good. That means it'll shard well, like real well. That'll be worth Armorer's Scrapping as well, if it is indeed tier 2. I'll just confirm that once we finish this. Clump that I pulled out. Or run out of space. Which, we've run out of space. I thought we would. That's a fixable problem. Inventory Tetris it is. T2, 80k. And it'll be a bit less than that because it's a low item level. But I'll give it 17 quality and I'll put it in the shredder. Because I'm out of armor scraps. I could vendor whetstones, but I'm not going to bother. Actually, no, you can't. You can't do that anymore. You can't get it. You can't get from whetstones to armor scraps at all anymore, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't think you can. Anyways, 75,000 with the... Could vendor all the mirror arrows. Yeah, that's an idea. Melgaro's Virtuosity, yep, 28k. Thought it was worth something. And Devoto's Devotion is 13.8. Yeah, let's do the... I think the mirror thing is making a lot of sense here. Oh, hang on. We just put a couple of maps away. I don't want them there. I want them back in the main thing. You can still buy armor scraps from the vendor? I thought they removed that this league. Thunberg. Alright, let's go. Let's sort of work on closing our way in here, which is a really inefficient way to do this because we're here to mess around. I think we are down 1,000 Void Cell at the moment, and we've basically got nothing for it. Not strictly nothing, but not far off. There's another Barracks Respite. Last one that's not purchasable. Okay, that makes sense. That would make sense. That's why I thought that you couldn't do it. Well, there's a GCP. That's again reminding me to do the thing with the mirror arrows. I think we'll do that next. Go grab all the mirror arrows that we got, heaps of them, and we will, shatter the mirror. So let's go here, and let's go to this one first. Drop in any currencies we can, because we probably can drop most of them in. And then we're going to go mirror arrow. And let's grab 20 of them. We'll go vendor again. Can't control right click that, can you? No, you cannot. I thought you couldn't. I thought that was currency only. And maybe not even at all on vendors. It's probably one of those things there'd be a safety against on a vendor. Fun thing you can do as well here, a lot of people don't realize, is that a mirror arrow plus a alteration orb, I think it is, gives you a blink arrow, and it remembers the quality on it. The same thing can be done in reverse as well. Or something they did when they implemented those gems, because mirror arrow's intention originally was that it would primarily be used in PvP. Back when GGG tried to make PvP a thing, and the player base didn't really care. Like, it didn't really care for it, so it didn't take off, but that was their plan, at least, was that players would be like, okay, if you want to do that, you can, and then your opponent in PvP won't know what you're actually doing, whether you're using mirror arrow or whether you're using blink arrow. As it turned out, people didn't really care about PvP, so it didn't matter. That was a cool thought. Okay. Another 20 quality gem, after we just vented a whole bunch of them. Electrocuting Jewelry, I'm just going to destroy. Chaos Orb. Rigord's Crest. Oh yeah, that's low level. That's common. I just don't see it because I think I have that particular thing off the loot filter, Fire Cold version. Ventors with... Oh, that's a really good... That's like a really usable Ventors. Good tri-res, good reservation. Like, everything on this is good. Nothing is outstanding. I would definitely quality this with... So I would bless this to perfect rarity on the implicit. Then I'd quality it. And this is like... I figure this is the best drop so far, I think. Actually. Like, what are we looking at here? We've got... How much are we looking? That's... So that's 68 plus, that is 100, it's over 115 resists. Positive rarity. I'm just trying to think whether this is like, is this a 5 divine item or is this a 35 divine item? It's definitely not a 200 divine item. And I think it's more in the 5 range. Oh, it is a perfect reservation efficiency, was it? Oh, it is, yeah. Perfect reservation efficiency. So, all right, what are we looking at? When we quality this, fire resistance is going to go to 34. Cold resistance is going to go to 57. So 34 and 57 is 91. Lightning resistance is going to go to 47. So it's 138 resists. Um, 138 resists and 15 MRE is like that alone, even if you ignore the rarity and the life on it, that's like a live item. It's just a question of whether someone would find it. Like, you wouldn't mana quality this. You'd resist quality it. I don't actually think mana... Does mana work on it? Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah. I know that the people who have got a lot of currency to throw around are using synth rings. So they're not looking at Ventors. That's why I'm saying it's definitely not going to sell. Like, it's not going to sell in the extreme range. I still think this is the best thing we've had. And by a long way. Like, even if... Let's get the Blessed Perfect. Like, being Blessed Imperfect is painful. Hey, it was quick too. I'm going to sit that aside there for now and then probably forget that I own it. But it is the best thing we've had so far. Like, I think that's... Even people that are more down on Ventors than I am at the moment, I still think it... Like, you have to agree it's the best thing so far. That's like, would have been a made item on day one. It's not now. Fiddleitis' spike with Resolute Technique is... oh, no, it doesn't brick that. It's... But yeah, getting Resolute Technique on the wrong thing. There's our first double corrupt. Speaking of synth rings, can I just rant about how at the moment it's really silly that the synthesis items are a bestiary reward rather than a synthesis reward at the moment, and I just don't think that's a good thing at all. Anyways, rant out the way. Just sort of had to be said. Yeah, it's always really hard to price things that are not perfect but that are really good for someone. Like they can just be all over the place depending on the day. All right, let's go through the rest of these. Let's go through 2 lines at a time. Let's start moving a little faster to get through to the 2/3 mark. But I think we're pretty confidently able to say now that I think we're over the... I think we're now over the 1,000 done, and we've got 1 good item as our Ventus. I think they really just stuffed up with Vivid Vultures. Like, Vivid Vultures is like... The idea is cool, but they should be a reward not from Bestiary, but from the Cortex. And they also just do obnoxious things in conjunction with imprint beasts. I don't think that the two should exist. Like, it should be one or the other that exists. That could get destroyed. That could get destroyed. So many of those bloodthirsty eternal swords. The Vertex. Wait, that's Uberatsuri drop, isn't it? This is the cheaper Uberatsuri item. What card drops that? What divination card is it that does this? I'm trying to think. On the stuff with bots and beasts, they did a massive pass on that a while ago. That, like, I think it's actually not really bots so much as like players who are multi-boxing within the rules that are the main source of them. The Admirer. That's just a random Atsuri item, is it? Anyways, forgotten that the card could drop it. Oh, 6-link Vile Regalia. That's that actually is Atsuri themed as well. Was better in the past than it is now that Vile Regalia has been power crept. I'm going to try the Jewel again. Again, low expectations, but we'll go for it. Maloney's Mechanism. That's a high tier unit. I'm going to check how much that shard's for. I think it's quite a bit. Let's just go and... Unfortunately, we are still just vendoring the Vile Regalia. It's too late in the league for that to be... For a 6-link to be good. Unless it's a really perfect one. So, Maloney's Mechanism. What are you worth? 70,000. So you're probably a tier 2. Okay. Well, I can't quality you. I may as well just shard you, hey. Actually, no, someone might want this. This might have value on its own. I'm just going to check that. And it is 19C. The reason I check that is because it has the... it has some utility. If you get a 6-socket bow and that in your offhand, you can level up more gems than anything else. I might actually keep it for that reason, because I don't have anything for filling that purpose myself at the moment. Let's just optimize my Tetris there. Thornburg, yeah, sorry, I made a deliberate decision to turn on this stream 12 second, I think it is. 10 or 12 second, maybe 15 second delay on that. It's just because sometimes the chat gets a bit crazy, like in terms of like, so like it doesn't usually cause any problems, and then sometimes you're like, oh, I kind of got to, I get a massive number of comments in all at once, and I just can't keep up with the chat. So that's the purpose of it. I know it's annoying, but it's slightly better than the alternative. No, that's not really live. Throw you in the 20C tab. You might actually sell at that price. Someone wanting a budget jewel for their just getting started on their character might want that, but it's not not like I'd term a live item. Phoenix, I think you might be factoring in something that you can't do on that, and that is quality. You can't quality up that thing. Oh, Replica Maloney's Mechanism, yeah. Light Poacher, but only 1 socket. Don't think that shards for much, does it? You've got the list up. What does Light Poacher disenchant for? Again, with the standard considerations that you are looking at. I don't think it's much. Almost there for this stash. And then we'll have gone through 2/3 plus 1. 2/3 rounded up. Life Sprig gone. Tavakai shards well. Not ridiculously well, but fairly well. It's level 54 and it's tier 3. Miller, we got an outstanding, maybe not quite outstanding, but a very good Ventor's Gamble before. It's like 15% MRA, so perfect, 33% rarity, and with quality it'll be like plus 115 resists. And it was plus 30 life, so it's like it's an all-round really good item. That's the only thing we've got so far. The only thing we've got that's more than 70C. A bunch of stuff that's like, maybe if the stars align it might move, but that's it. And we got a bunch of stuff that makes dust. Like this Agnorod stuff. Maloney's Mechanism as well as like, yeah, we've had a couple of tier 2 items, but not anything valuable beyond that outstanding thing. Lasagna Flask, no. Flasks can't be disenchanted, so I'm just destroying it. Prismatic Green goes in the shredder. Oh, it goes shredded without the shredder. Doesn't even get the honor of being taken to ROG shredding device. Just gets disposed of here. Prismatic Ring just gets disposed of here. Doesn't get the honor of going to see ROG. And okay, we're almost done with this tab now. Oh no, we are done with this tab. All right, so that is 1,000. That is 1,153 that have been done so far. 1153. We have 576 left. One quad tab. I have put them in quad tabs just not really. It's not even convenience. It's just like it looked cool. There's no other reason for that. You can go there. You go there. Playing a bit more Tetris there. And yeah, a whole bunch of stuff can get fed into the shredder. I think we started with 2.8, so I think like 1 million dust so far. I think I started with 2.8 though. I'm not sure on that. And we had Doedre's Skin was 60 or 70,000. We had Maloney's Mechanism was 60 or 70,000, but we haven't shredded it. And I think there was one other thing. Okay, Void Stash Tab 3. We have been avoiding this one so far. Let's go. 10 Chaos. That's among the best things we've got. Devoter's Devotion. Always happy to see that just with the shredder. Not never ecstatic, but always content. Content's the word. Slither Pinch. That's the first one of them we've had. There's no direct card for it, so that would have come from the Divination card that gives you random gloves. And Victoria's Influence has its own card, and that card comes up a lot. I think that's only the 4th Shaper Guardian map. Something like that. We have not had many of them. And the other thing I wanted to do, I'll just drop in a few things here, is go back here and just see if we can put some of this overflow stuff in there. Not really. Yes, or a fishing item. That's the other thing it could be. Good point. GGG, don't let me talk about fishing. There's another 6-link. We got so many 6-link cards. Like, that's, I think, the big takeaway from this. If it's early in the league and you can pick these cards up cheap, it's probably worth fishing for a 6-link that you can then sell early on in the league when 6-links are still worth something. Blood of the Karui, even with a really good roll, I think is just a no. No one uses that flask anymore. If you're using a life flask, it's an instant one, and it's an instant one that has some sort of cleanse of something nasty on your character as well. Another Ventors, and this one is bad. But that's okay. That goes in. That gets given to Rob to put into the shredder. This hasn't been painful, Gabby. This has been fun. In that sort of masochistic, some masochistic version, description of fun anyway. And let's go. Another 12. Obliteration. Bleach Flask. Worst possible roll. So I got a perfect roll one before, or 252, 333. This one is also 252, but it's 111. This flask is actually quite good, but it's very cheap, so it's not worth anything. But it's actually quite good to use, but you only use it with a 333 roller. 3-for-1 Inventors is an option. Yeah, it just depends if I can be bothered. Velka, yeah, I haven't been trying to do it super fast. It's sort of more the chattiness is also fun. But the best thing we got so far is Ventor's. It was quite good. It's like 115 resist, 33 rarity, and perfect 15 on MRE. But it's not outstanding. Even if it sells for more than the price of everything that went into this, which is actually quite plausible because it only cost 11 div to get all the cards. Thanks, Faustus, for making everything cheaper now. But even if it was to be inefficient from a currency point of view, it's still even if I do come out ahead on currency, it's still not worth it from a time perspective, except if you're having fun. That's an interesting point. Phoenix Flame, if Blood of the Crew is still being used. I didn't think it was being used at all, honestly. Blood of the Crew is apparently on 1 in 250 players on POE Ninja. That surprises me. I thought very much people had shifted to instant flasks only. Heartbound Loop shards well. Prismatic Green can't be sharded. Rate limited by the dustbin, yeah. I mean, it's not that I need to shard everything. I don't have to keep sharding everything. It feels wrong not to. Even though that was a slightly higher tier base, it's still not an 84 base. I think at this point, the only 6 links that could sell would be 84 ones. That's right, it goes in the shredder. That's right, it goes in the shredder. They clicked the 3.11 guide. There's explanations for why people might be using Blood of the Karui. I do wonder how often that happens. I've gone back to my older build guides and actually put notes on them saying don't use this anymore. Or at least don't use this without extensive research, at least. Because of that problem. Like, I had people find really out-of-date guides. And like, it just ends up being a miserable experience for them if they rely on it. All right. Well, the trash can is back in work. I really do need to get another 2 level 10 disenchanters at some point. Sideways, I think the point is that it's not so much that if they don't read it, because like the changes I've made have been substantial. Like, I've changed the thumbnails usually to say now obsolete. But the thing is that if people go ahead and follow it after it's got such a clear disclaimer, you don't feel bad at all about wasting their time. Not at all. So it's like, oh yeah, I didn't waste your time. You wasted your own time by not reading something super obvious. Blood of the Karui is a nemesis item. Been around a long time. Porkyara's Determination. It's not perfectly rolled. It goes in the shredder. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword. It goes in the shredder. Everything goes in the shredder. There's another 10 chaos. Hey, there's another 10 chaos. Scroll of Wisdom. The real wisdom is knowing that you shouldn't have been doing this. Another level 21 gem. Chinsol, we're getting, like, just as I started clearing up a bit of space, we've now had a huge rush of big, chunky items in a row. Just the game deciding it's going to mess with me. Okay, I'll drop another bunch out. Let's go about 14 because then I can... Oh, actually, that's 15. That's all right. Oh, hang on. No, that's... Yeah, that's 14. That's what I'm... May not think good today. Kiara's determination. I just told Kiara no, not listening to that determination at all. And we're just done there again. Sire of Shards. Stormcloud. No, Stormcloud is such a low level item that it's low tier and low minimum level. That is an Elder Guardian 8 mod. Those are like a little bit better than most things here. They're like in the top 5% of drops. Okay, back to it. That goes in there. Oh wow, we really have run out of space again. Oh well. Well, hopefully we can clear a little bit out by grab. Those can go in there. That can go in the shredder. That needs space made for it. And we'll put these things away as well. And that will go in the shredder at some point soon. Regrets. I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. There's another porcupine set. Would have been really nice at the start of the league. And like a lot of stuff that we're seeing here. 20 quality Val Burning Arrow. I don't think it's anything this league, but I'm curious what provided that. What is there that gives a 20 quality Val gem? Maybe there is one. Or maybe it's just Eramir's, the Eramir's card. Interesting fact, 14% of the people using Blood of the Karui are also using Mage Blood. Okay, that's... there are possible explanations for that. One of them is there are a bunch of dirty cheats that are like going and buying Mage Blood. Otherwise, like, I just can't imagine that you'd use... Like, okay, if you're using Mage Blood, let's say that you buy a budget Mage Blood that's 2 or 3 flasks, you're still going to be really stingy. Like, it's normally the case that you don't want to use a life flask. You might have to, if you like, especially if you picked up a real budget Mage Blood, you might wind up that you're forced to, but that's got to feel really bad. Yeah, there are sometimes people that do complete meme setups. That is true. Like, people can put something up on POE Ninja just for the laughs. Usually, though, they'll do something that's more obvious, like what's that Atzri Flask? The Atzri Flask and Avatar of Fire was a really common one for a period. And then there's a couple of versions of that. There's a Playing It Straight where you have the Atzri Flask and the Atzri Flask and the Avatar of Fire. But you can also do an inversion of it, where you have the Atzri Flask, you have Avatar of Fire, but Avatar of Fire has been converted into something else via a Timeless Jewel. And then you end up getting... Then you end up, you actually do get some benefit out of that node. I'm going to do that Potency Jewel in a sec. Here's another Ventor's. It's another, like... No. The first 2 rolls are so bad on it. This, like, feels like it's a good Ventor's at first. It's got perfect MRE. It's got good resist, not great, but then you see the first 2 rolls. I'll keep it aside. It's just a funny one, though. It's like it's an homage to the good one. Yeah, EBCI is great as a troll, especially if you actually don't have EBCI, because you're converting one of them through a Timeless Jewel. If you can do that, that's even better, I reckon, as a troll. Because then you can have a build that is actually fully functional, but that looks like it's a complete fail. That's one of my favorite setups. If you see that on Ninja. Because there's a bunch of things you can do that just completely and utterly brick a character. Really agree with Bop Owl there. I would love to be able to feed all of this sort of rubbish, jewels and stuff, jewels and flasks to Rog, cluster jewels, all this sort of stuff. Oh, I know. It's not percentage dexterity, it's flat dexterity. Synthesized ring here. This is again from the card that used to be tied to the Mausoleum boss. This is not great, but it's one of the rarest cards that we've had. Just isn't quite there, unfortunately. Discipline 21 is not half bad, but not in this point in the league. Okay, let's think. We'll throw in a bunch of stuff can go there. I think what happens, like Thornberg's commenting, it's crazy that I got 2 sets of that Divination card from the turn-ins. I think something that's important to remember is that, yes, it is very unlikely that you get 2 of that specific one, but there are a lot of rare Divination cards, and it's not unlikely that I'll get 2 of 8 or 2 of the same very rare thing. It's just that it's like it could be something else. Like someone else could get Further Invention instead and get that twice. You know, where I get the thing I did. That's the first Edge of Madness I've had. Is that right? I think that's the first Edge of Madness. I thought that item was super common, unless it's changed. Oh, there's another Barracks Respite. Now we have a problem with space again. We're playing Inventory Tetris in a bad way. We are losing the game of Tetris, but we'll manage somehow. And then we just got 2 limb splits. Like, just the game deciding to taunt me. I go to the shredder, I put a few things in there, I don't quite make enough space, and then I get a whole bunch of 2x4s in the same spot. Well, it's not rare. Just don't feel like I've had many of them. Anyways, we'll put some of the biggest things into the blender. Let's also not put that in there. Let's put that in there so that we can just destroy some of the biggest, bulkiest stuff. There's divination cards directly for the harvest, though. So Edge of Madness, I don't think, has its own div card. Anyways, let's grab a few more out and see what we get. We're like getting to the 3/4 mark now. Once we get to the bottom of this line, we're 3/4 through the whole turn-in. What do people think? Do people think I'm going to get any improvements, or are we going to still continue to see the rubbish we've had so far continue to be dominant? Oh, there we go. There's another Fragment of Knowledge. 2 of the same one. Which is interesting because there's a lot of different things that card can give for. Card that gives you Fragment of Knowledge. And I've had the same result from it twice. Oh, 2 Divine Orbs. There we go. That's our second best reward now. So our best one is the Ventors. Our second best is the 2 Divines. And Imperial Bow, that's going to require a vendoring. I love how people are like, I've had the 2 divines, and people in chat are like, I expect at least 1 divine orb before you're done, and the like. And so, like, just after I get the, I get that just as people have like, after you've said it in chat, but before I've had it. The timing worked really funny on that. But yeah, so that's the second best thing so far. All right, let's go. There's so much rubbish here, it's hilarious. I'm gonna have to go back and play Tetris again. I probably should just give up and vendor some stuff, but I'm just trying to keep more of it. I really shouldn't. Yeah, we're from the future, by the way. Because I am like 45 seconds, I think, ahead of you guys at the moment in chat. I think there is quite a gulf in time between us, and that's just had that funny result there.
Not bad, not bad. Let's make some dust. Tujin can attend that night, but Gwenin can't.
Anyways, let's go grab a few more. We really are having a lot of trouble with space at the moment. So I would appreciate getting some nice condensed things like mirror shards, maybe. They don't take up much space. You can do that for me, can't you, game? How's that sound? Just even just 1 mirror shard would do. But I'll take 19 if you want to give me that. You posted your comment about 2 seconds before I got the divs. Yeah, that's gold. What do you regrets? That's always fitting to see so many regret orbs when you're doing this. It's like, what am I doing with my life? Oh, thank you for reminding me, game. There's a scholar card. Not even giving me a scholar turn-in, just giving me the card. Just a maximum troll. I agree I need better disenchanters, but they are close to top. They're not quite there, but they are close, so... Partly, it is more that there's a limit on how good the disenchanters can be that I'm hitting there. Oops, wrong thing. That's what I'm after. That's a misclick I haven't done yet. Oh, there's another 20 fusings. My second tabula. But as you would expect, I've had lots of other 6-link divination cards. For some funny reason, Grinding Games decided to nerf tabula a while back and make it rarer than it used to be. Just in case people thought for some reason that it was good now. Nah. Don't farm tabula. You will hate it. You'll hate every moment of it that you spend farming tabula. It's rarer than it used to be, and the item is worse than it used to be because it's like harder to compete with what else you can do these days. 4-link with stats is almost online with it. Let's go to the Shredder again. One thing I've got as a question for you, Thornberg, if you're playing in Ruthless, how much do you get from disenchanting in Ruthless? Does like 10,000-ish for a Chinsol seem pretty reasonable, or do you not have your top tier? Yeah, that's a good point. Someone in chat saying, remembering when 6-links in general sold, when they used to vendor for a Divine, back when Divine Orbs were the cheap one, like before the Exalt Divine swap. The reason Tabula disenchants so badly, PoE Cat, is that it's partly it's a tier 3, so in that sense it's going to be the same as your Cold Iron points, your other tier 3s, but there's a heavy factor based upon the item level of the item, and also a heavy factor based upon the minimum level of the item. And so for Carcass Jack, Carcass Jack will disenchant well because it's also a tier 3, but on top of that, it's also a high minimum level, 62. So it ends up being something that disenchants really well. And then, yeah, and also Tabula has no mods. Like, thematically, it makes a lot of sense that it doesn't disenchant well, because it has no mods. It's just a blank slate. And all right, let's go get some more turn-ins done. So yeah, thematically it makes sense, but the main reason is the minimum level of the item is so low. I assume 7 League Step disenchants really poorly as well, although I haven't tested that. Go away, Electrocuting Iron Ring. You're all low-level mods, so I'll just drop you. You're all low-level mods, I'll just drop you. Oops. 20 orbit chance. That's the first time I've had the full turn-in. Oh, 7 League actually disenchants well, does it? That's interesting. Maybe they've done it a weird way, the coding of the minimum level. Oh, because it's the drop level. That's why. It's not the actual minimum level to equip. It's the drop minimum level. And that's right. That's why it's like that. So minimum level for 7 League to drop is 75. So yeah, that's why I was wrong on that. I'm forgetting that. Okay, let's grab another bunch of these. And in you go, into the blender. Gold ring, yay. Victario's Influence again. Victario's Influence showing up everywhere and continually disappointing us all. Prismatic Ring goes into the shredder. Another Tabula. Well, that's another bunch of fusing orbs. And in we go. More. Oh, nearly. I've not done that yet. I've not vended a void card yet. I nearly just vended a bunch. That would have been quite funny. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword, gone. Mortal Hope. Sundance. Hion's Fury has been sharding well, but maybe a bit less so here. Oh, there's my own Divination card. I'm going to keep that aside. I've had a couple of mine, actually. I'm not going to get the other one, Price of Loyalty. That card is so rare now. Interestingly, that's the only Vile Temple I've had. I haven't had a regular Vile Temple. I've just had a Delirious one. Life Sprig goes into the shredder. Not the ROG shredder, just my own shredding. Yeah, wow, this word card turned in for it. The worst thing is that you probably end up doing 12 at a time. Like, I feel like it'd be easy to make the mistake of doing 12 at a time. Oh, this has potential. This has potential. This has a bit less potential now, but still okay. I kind of feel like everything on this is good. Increased damage with swords, area damage, maximum life, recoup. This is like a legit 3.5 mod duel for the right user. And I feel like this is good. I feel like this is the best duel we've had. And I'm going to throw it in a high price tab, and then as the price comes down, because it's being actively reduced, it should sell at some point. That feels like a really good duel. It's the problem with it. Like, it's one of those things where it's maybe not going to get found by the people it would be good for, because they may not look for it. Like, it's just, that's one of the drawbacks with Recoup. It's such a good mod, but are people going to look for it? Is there someone playing AoE swords, Recoup altogether, life-based? Like, the main sword build at the moment is ES-based, but I still think it's so generically good that someone might want it. And that it's an unusually good duel. Well, regrets. I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. Crit multi, we'll see what we get out of that. Probably end up getting rolled. Rat's Nest. We haven't had a Rat's Nest in a while. Megin Lord's double influenced. This will be the... There's 2 divination cards that can give this, I think. I think there's one for a double influenced belt and one for a double influenced unique. Whatever the case, this will shard reasonably well. What's the item level on it? 80. Hey, Brinsfirst. We've had... The second best thing we've had was a stack of 2 Divines from the Fortunate. The best thing we've had was a Ventor's. 15% MRE, 120-ish resist once it's qualityed, and a good positive rarity. But yeah, these cards are fun. Actually, I should at some point do a turn-in of the cards that can give these. The double influence cards are just, like, they're a lot of fun. They're something you need Faustus to have, like, to see. They're too rare. Anyways, let's see what we get with this. We're probably not going to hit anything on it. Mana is... mana and crit multi don't necessarily go together that often, but they can. Ignite's a brick. Yeah, no, that's... Let's just throw that in the cheap tab and forget about it. Alright. Grab another 12. We're well past 1,000 now. So for people who are just joining us, this is not the Ventor's. Where's the good Ventor's? What have I done with the Ventor's? I moved it somewhere, didn't I? I did move it somewhere. Where did I move it? It's not this one. I moved it to one of my other tabs. It was one of... this is something I always... Yeah, that's right. It's here. This is the good Ventor's. So, in see here, the only changes I've made to it so far is I've blessed it because I don't have enough prismatic cuts. But this thing's really good. People are talking about how it's probably not going to get seen by the people who'd be best for. Like, it's a genuinely good item, but it may not necessarily sell despite being really good. But still, we'll see what happens with it. Hey, it's another harvest. That can go in the trash. All these things that give a magic item are just generally getting deleted. Let's take the harvest. That will go. I'll go to the shredder in a sec and start disposing of them ethically with Rog. That does not disenchant well, so it's getting disposed of immediately. And what have we here? More Chaos Orb. More regrets. Anima. Okay. Let's go and get rid of some of these bulky things while we've got the shredder open. One. That's all good. Yeah, that's perfect, actually. Oh, it was exactly the amount that we wanted. We're like just keeping up on inventory space with this project. And okay, let's grab another 12 and see what we get. I just showcased the Ventors that I got kidney just a sec ago. Someone can give a reminder of what that was in chat. But otherwise, just 2 Divines is the only other thing. A bunch of things that are like in the 60C range. But, you know, like Uber Elder access tokens, that sort of stuff. Lots of stuff that's going straight to the ROG, straight to the shredder. Like these chin souls, we're getting a lot of chin souls, and that's what they're good for. Is getting shredded. That's the first shape of seed we've had. Not that I'm particularly concerned about not having had that yet. But in just curiosity that it's the first one. We've had a lot of 6 links as well. But not so many that it's like amazing on day one. That would be amazing on day one of a league. Because you couldn't get this card that early. There's a div card for Rise of the Phoenix from the set that turns in for a random card. And yeah, we're just going to vendor these 2 5 link staves. And dump a bunch of stuff in here. And grab another 12 out. But we are getting close to the end now. Might start speeding up a little bit too. Didn't mean to pick that up. Prismatic Ring is very, very low item level. Generally worse than a 2-stone and definitely worse than an amethyst in the modern day game. Bryce Foss, no, I have not had So Bryce Foss knows that I'm a fan of Pathfinder 2nd Edition TTRPG, as you might see from all the books around. There's a new book in that I've not yet had a chance to get. It's kind of hard to get them in Australia early. Like subscription's not an option at all. And I tend to prefer the print books to print ebooks for this. In general, I like ebooks, but not for TTRPGs. TTRPGs, I like having the print. 2 Thyra Shards in a row is annoying because they just take up so much space. There's another one of these jewels that we're going to try and do something magnificent with and probably end up doing something magnificently awful with. There's another Beric's Respite. I think that's like the 4th of them. We had maybe 4 or 5 Beric's Respites. And so there's both Spark and the Flame and Heterochromia that can give you that. Bringer of Rain is rare. That might be high dust. I expect it is. In fact, I'm just gonna let's grab scraps out of here. I do have them in places. I'm just gonna check if I've got any more scraps. I'm not gonna bother going to the effort of buying them unless it's massive. If it's tier 1, I will go and buy them. If it's not, then I'm just gonna shard it as is. Okay. Bringer of Rain is worth maybe it's only tier 6. I was like tier 3. I was thinking it was tier 2. And whatever the case, that's an item that was once so chase. That was so sought after once, and it is just not aged well. But yeah, Bristol, so I'm curious to see how that whether that ends up being a decent set of extra rules or not. Well, I guess we'll find out once it's available realistically in Australia. I wanted to grab the maps out again, didn't I? Regular maps, they can just get stuck away. They're just a pain. Okay. Now, I wanted to craft this jewel, see what we get. It has 1 Crit multi, that's a live mod, but not a great one. That's like, yeah, it's sort of almost worth an exalt. Yeah. That's not what we want to see. It's right on the 90C tab, forget about it. Oh yeah, Genzax, Vol's Devotion is such a has-been item, hey. Gabby's asking how much was the double influenced item. I haven't sharded it, but it'll just be double what it would be, what a Megin Lords would be normally. I think Megin Lords is like 10,000, so I feel like it'd be 20,000. Yeah, Vol's Devotion, such a has-been item. It was so good once. So good. It used to also be tier 1 rarity, and it got dropped to tier 2. So that means it does drop more than it used to, but it's, yeah, really painful to see it drop now. You're like, oh, wow, that used to be so good. Okay, we got a life thing here. Life plus melee damage is live, but not great. Global Fizz, this is 3 live mods for someone. Reduce effect to chill on you, unfortunately, is not a 4th mod, so that goes in the 90C tab and gets forgotten about because no one's going to ask me for it. Hey! Eclipse Solaris. Is that the rare one? No, Shade of Solaris is the rare one. This is a single influence item. This has come from the Divination card Prejudice. The second thing I've got from Prejudice this time. These just look cool. Anything that's various influences, some of them just look spectacular, the items. Like, just even if you ignore any of the potential benefits that can exist in paper, like don't really exist much now because the items that have the synergies are no longer used. But they just look spectacular. Alright, let's go and drop a whole bunch of stuff here. Oh, not that we can drop very much. And we've actually got one item left over as well. Hey, what are you going to give me? You're giving me a coruscating elixir. Nice. Just what I didn't really need, because I've already got like 6 of them. Coruscating elixir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is the 8th. I mean, it's a cool item and all, but we'll just drop it in there and forget we had it. Alright. Malkoon can go away, and we need to vendor that Imperial Staff. And then see if we can do anything when it comes to the Shredder, because we're nearly out of space. And I'm just seeing if we can manage to not run out.
That'll do. Let's make some dust. Always a pleasure.
So let's go the other way. Let's go like that first. Get the biggest thing out the way first. Just the little optimizations. Oh, Thornburg, that'd be really interesting. Thornburg saying that when Steelmage was trying to decide a unique item to submit after winning one of the races to kill Uber Cirrus, I think this ended up being the Tempest Rising, the item with the bleed shenanigans and the like there. There's actually quite a good item, but one that doesn't work with the new Gladiator very well. Gladiator sort of wants to do different things. But anyways, like the we're going with that is that something that had multiple different unique influences would have been a really cool design space. I think there's some really cool stuff that they just don't do now because influence stuff isn't new. Like, they don't really play around with the limits of it anymore. Oh, he did the Explodey Flask, that's right. So Tempest Rising must have been someone else. Yeah, the Explodey Flask is nuts. Like, it is such a powerhouse item. And it fits so well in what PathOfExile wants you to do these days as well. Like, that's one of the other things that makes it such a good item in the current meta. Might just take out 2 of these chin souls. Because then that will give us the room to put away other stuff. And the chin souls can then go in the shredder at some point. Yeah, be Oriath's End. If they're talking about the exploding flask, that's definitely Oriath's End. It's such a good item. Speaking of which, Obliteration, I feel like Obliteration is the sort of thing that would be really interesting if Graninger Games were to push it up to tier 2 rarity and give it a bit of an overhaul and make it more powerful. Like, it's already pretty solid. It's just that it doesn't have any damage other than the Fizz added as Chaos and all the sort of scaling you're likely to do with it. Like, every build that wants to consider Obliteration needs their weapon to scale damage as well, and so it ends up feeling like it's really missing something. Karen's like making the good old streamer client jokes. I tell you, if GGG were to actually have a streamer client, it would be a disaster for them. Like, it's one of those things would be like, because most streamers actually prefer not having everything. It just ends up being really, the game gets boring when you got everything. Dom's just asking for a recap on what we've got. The best thing we got was a good Ventors, a legit good Ventors. And like, whether it's extraordinary or not is up to personal attitudes on it. Like, people don't necessarily agree exactly on how good it is, but it is good. That's the one thing we've got that's really good. Second best thing we got was the Divination card for 2 Divine Orbs. It's the reason I'm taking this slow, Myzena, is to avoid anything with Marius. I would be going a lot faster if I was not concerned about that. It's like, it's just slow, methodical clicks. Actually, it's less than playing the game normally would be. Because I think, back on the thing with streamer client jokes and that bit, I think, like, Ruthless was partly, like, well, Hardcore is designed solely for streamers. Like, it's not like no one else can play it, but it's there solely because streamers want it. It wouldn't be something that would be added realistically otherwise. Likewise, because it creates those ridiculously memorable moments that feel oppressive if you're not someone who plays the game a lot, but if you're actually if you're looking to make entertaining content, it's remarkably good for that. And then you have a bunch of other things in the game that are like, they're also somewhat similar, that are like, yeah, that may not exist except for the fact that they create explosively exciting moments for people watching streams. Myzena, the reason that they made the Void exclusively tier 17, I think, is because it can drop boss exclusive items. I think it still can. So originally they gave it to the Shaper and the Maven, and then they quickly decided, no, that just hasn't worked very well. Let's give it to all 17s instead. But that was their thought process behind it. It's not super lucrative. It's just a bit of fun. Oh, nearly did it. Nearly did it. I control clicked instead of control alt clicking then. So I went to the wrong menu, but I picked it up in time. There's a unique item that's come from Veritania's card again. One of my favorite cards in the game. There's another Porcupine turn-in. Something that would be really good early game. Can't throw that in the blender, so it goes in the trash. And Garrus Determination's a good card. It's a good item. It's just that there's too many better flasks now. I do like it, but it's not enough. Oh yeah, that's right. We were going to vendor this. So we are actually on vendor mode now. Throw that in the trash. And then we will go that away first. that away next. Then put away random other stuff. That can just go away normally. And then we'll take all of these. Put aside all of these items. And see what we get out of these cards. Hey, we got the Scholar card. Hey, we got the Lover card. Hey, we got Victoria's Influence again. Prosperity. 6-link Dark Mage. Surgeon's Flask. That's actually quite rare, that thing, but anyways, I don't want it. It's level 80 is crushing on that. Perseverance, that shards well. And it's compact. Gabby, you end up, if you drop stuff on the ground next to Rog, you'll end up quickly not being able to move there. It gets really ridiculous. Really, really ridiculous. I was doing that last night, trying something else out, and yeah, it did not work well. I need to go and actually feed Rog some stuff in a sec. How much we got left? I think we're like at the 85% mark now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 240 left. So this will take us to 228 after we do these 12. And so we are now, yeah, we're like 85% through. Now we're out of space again. All right, let's go to Rog. Clicking fingers are fine, colon sausage, because I am going slowly. And the other thing that's good is that now my back is not playing up the way it had been. So I'm fine actually sitting here, which was the thing I was most concerned about, honestly. Okay, that was a mistake. I should just leave that there and throw... That's right, you go in the shredder. Oh, you don't shred very well at all. You can actually go on the ground. You can go there instead. But yeah, the clicking finger's fine because I have been taking this slow and careful and methodical rather than going crazy with it and doing it Slippery Jim style. Oops, let's not make the mistake. Slippery Jim style super fast. That would be a mistake. That would end up with me having injured fingers, and we don't want that. We don't want that ever, but certainly not just before PoE 2 comes out. Okay. With respect to the weighting, what they've done with stacked decks are something that's like, they got better over time. I think the original stacked decks would be busted today because there's now a lot more rare cards than there used to be. The original stacked deck had a really strong condensing factor towards getting you rarer cards more often. And then over time, more and more super rare cards got added. And the way that stacked decks work, just because it's non-linear, ended up making them just keep getting better over time. Whereas the Void cards, Vile Grace is, 20 qualities, not that relevant. Whereas the Void cards just were mostly intended as a bit of a meme. But because there is still that chance of getting the top things, the chances of getting the top things are still significant. It's like, for instance, at the moment, let me just check the current currency prices. So have we hit 1,000 divines to the mirror? Not quite, but we're very close to it. So currently, divines are 1,000 times as common as mirrors, and we think Henalocks are like 5 times as common as mirrors. We're not sure on that number, but it means that the amount of wealth that you get from divine drops is equal to the amount you get from mirror drops and Henalocks at the moment. Whereas something like Chaos Orbs, that's only 50 times as common as a Divine, but that's like a 150th time the value, ends up being much smaller part. There's this sort of thing where the top outcomes are going to be so much more valuable. In terms of what you can get now from stack decks, if it is a drop anywhere unique, you can get it. So you can still get the cards that award Mageblood, but you can't get cards that award Nimbus. You can't get cards that award things that are meant to drop. That the original drop location for them is a boss. So that's the nerf they made to stack decks recently. The thing is that most of the value of stack decks is still from mirror cards. It's from Mageblood cards. It would also, it would be Sublime Vision cards, actually. Sublime Vision, if you could get that, it would be the best thing you could get from it. Like, that would be the thing that would set the value of stack decks. If they hadn't made that nerf, then it'd be crazy. Oh, Tainted Mythic Orb. I had something for a Mythic Orb target. I think I've shredded it, though. Here's the game turning me Doppelganger card after getting so many Doppelganger rewards. That's quite... I'll laugh at that. That's hang on. That's quite funny. All right, let's go and drop some things in there. We're getting very close now, and we also will soon need to go and put a few more things into Rog's Shredder. Level 20 gem. Fortunately not worth anything these days, because it's now so quick to level gems in a way that it wasn't in the past. Vivid Jewel, we're going to try and craft that, see what we get. Probably get rubbish, but we'll see. Okay, let's go. See what we get with that. We are going to Augmentation it. We got Freeze Chance, that's bad. We have to Regal really hard. Oh, we did. We hit a smashingly hard hit with that. So, alright, that's an Exalt for sure. Yeah, so, dot multi, damages staves. You know who's going to buy this? Someone's going to buy this who doesn't understand what it does. They're going to think that 14% increased damage with staves will count as spell damage from spells that are cast when you're using a staff. I feel like someone's going to buy it because they misread that. But anyways, I'm still going to list it for sale, but I'm not going to put it at price that would be as high as someone like that might be willing to pay. And let's do another 12. Mazina raised an interesting point there. Some of the extreme things people do when they're trying to level gems, using the Corrupted Unique Amulet just to get an extra slot that does nothing on its own, and just leveling Enlightens in every slot. But that's if you're getting carried by other players, you can do that. Melgaro's Virtuosity again. This item, not very popular to equip. It does have uses. I don't say it's very good, but it has uses where it's quite good. But the primary thing for it at the moment is just that it's a pretty common thing to get that shards really well. Really, really well. Necrotic Armor, that's what item level? 100. Okay, that's going to be kept. That means I need to mook space. Eye level 100 Necrotic Armor is actually like 25C. And that's come from... In fact, not just that it's 25C, I was buying them for 25C recently. So it's like it's a legit price. It's not something that's not going to sell. Okay, let's go to the Shredder. I agree, yeah, Malagaro's Virtuosity can be used with with low budget Perfect Agony setups as well. It overwrites your crit multi, so you don't need crit multi on any gear at all for it to work. This is what we were waiting for. A whole bunch of stuff has just been sharded that was clunky and taking up lots of space. I'm just going to shred Malagaro's Virtuosity, but there is a Divination card that gives this. It's not super quick to get a complete set of if you farm it yourself, but it is doable, and that means it's just one of those items that, yeah, Perfect Agony, it's a setup. It's a setup that works. And then it feels really good to stop using it as well. That's one of the things I like with it. It's like it's something that you can use for a little while, but then when you upgrade past it, it's going to feel amazing to get rid of. Okay, grab a few more. And we got Transmutation Orbs, just what I always wanted. Coral Ring Rare, just what I always wanted. Two-Stone Ring Rare. Replica Bitter Meme. This is the first time we've got a Replica Unique, and there is a card that gives you a Replica Unique. Replica Bitter Dream has 2 vendor recipes, as well as being something you can shard. The vendor recipes for this are that you either vendor it as it is, or you can vendor it, I think, with a 20 quality cold, and maybe it's 20 quality, maybe it's level 20, cold penetration, fire penetration, and lightning penetration, and then you'll get a gem you can't get any other way. So that's the weird thing with it. However, it's going to go in the shredder, I think. Because, like, it's not a rare unique in Heist. It's like it's a cool item, but it's actually weaker than the original for equipping. Open that for that reason. It is level 20, people have confirmed in chat. So, yeah. Yeah, people in chat talking about how Perfect Agony is really good now. It is definitely something that got a huge buff this league, and I should probably play around with it at some point. It was high on my list pre-league for hype, but then I just started having a lot of fun playing the Retaliation Gladiator and just keeping it at a level where it's not super uber or anything, where anyone that wanted to could easily replicate it. I mean, I had a reasonably good weapon, but it's not irreplaceable. The servant was only, I think, like 20-something div cost, and you could craft it for less. Everything else on this character is cheap. There's another Barracks Respite. Another 6-link there. That's another one of the ones from the Dark Mage div card. That's going to have to get vended. And it's going to have to get vended immediately for space. Yeah, Myzena in chat talking about the tailoring orbs specifically and getting defense enchant on them. One of the defense enchants is common. There's been a bit of research going on that I think hasn't yet fully reported publicly, but it's being worked on, trying to work out how rare all of those enchants are. And it's only recently we've even proven that they're different in rarity to each other, which everyone really a lot of people suspected, but wasn't confirmed. We now know a lot more about them than we used to know. Yes, that's the main thing. Takeaway there. I'll when there's actual information on it, I'll post a summary. But yeah, the global defenses and also the life enchant is also really common. But at the moment, that's much less important in the meta than the defenses enchant is really, really good currently. I've moved away from having life mods on chests usually. Like, I'll have them if they're really good, but it's not what I'm usually looking for now. Null and Void is such a cool item. It's not very good, but it has one of the most ridiculously powerful lines of text you'll ever see on it. Gain immunity to physical damage for 1.5 seconds, then it says on Rampage. So it's not something you can ever rely upon, but it's like tremendously powerful effect, just not in a package that's overall all that good. And it's that makes it kind of cool in my mind. But it is only cool, not good. If that makes sense. Like I'm talking just this is a fun thing, not a super strong one. Let's go and visit the shredder. Hopefully, we can get rid of a bunch of stuff because we're starting to get clogged up again. And we've only got 1/3 of one tab left to go through. So let's go. That'll do, I guess. And then we've still got a bunch of rubbish here. Okay, now we're down to 1/4 of one tab. So we are currently at the point where we are now. What percentage through this are we? We have done all but 144. So yeah, we're more than 90%. We're well over 90% done. About 92%. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword again. Just what I always wanted to throw into the trash. Another Wake of Destruction. I wonder if I can fill the whole of Rog's Disenchanting tab with nothing but Wake of Destructions. I think I can probably do that after this. I'm going to check that out. We shall see. We'll just go and check after this, after I finish these 12 items. Let's check how many Wakes of Destruction I have. Because I haven't really been sharding these much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And... oh no, less than I thought. 12. 14. Okay. I thought I had a lot more than that. I thought I had a lot more than that. So 14 is 56 squares. That's still half of Rog's window. But it's only half. It's not as much as I thought it was going to be. Okay, let's go here. 10 Chaos. We've had that quite a few times now. Uh, 311, no, that's getting trashed. I did get a 333 before though, so I kind of like that item. Another Ventor's, it is 15% MRE again. We've had like, I think that's the 4th 15% MRE that we've had. Yeah. So Thornberg's asking how much does Wake of Destruction disenchant for? It's not going to be much. It's like not worth caring about. Throw it in if you've already looted it, but don't feel bad if you destroyed one. It's not worth much dust. Oops, I need to destroy that. Saying I should fill Rog with Wake of Destruction and stream them being disenchanted while blasting Bring Me to Life in the background. I'd probably actually the various copyright rules around singing on stream are kind of annoying because otherwise I'd be really tempted to just start singing Bring Me to Life. It's one of my favorite karaoke tracks. Both parts, of course. But unfortunately, the copyright rules are pretty strict around anything related to that. Nearly did the vendor. I haven't vended one. Saying that vendor might sell for a small amount. It might, yeah. We've got one real Ventor so far. I'll reduce mana reservation efficiency, yeah. This one's complete trash. They're quite... trash Ventors are funny. Like, I always like a really, really aggressively bad one. I prefer aggressively bad to mediocre on Ventor. Okay, let's think. How are we going to fit this in? Like that, like that. High-End's Fury is one of the better things to disenchant that's of the reasonably common things. When we're starting the Sir God karaoke channel. Yeah. I wish I could do that, honestly. I mean, it would just be a meme. It's like I'm not in any way a professional singer. Like there's people who have real talent for singing, then there's people who just have fun with it and aren't so bad that they can end up being entertaining. So that's basically, I'm like that. I'm more in that latter category. It's assigned to use the Divine Orbs on or to reroll bad Ventors. Oh god. Now that's crazy wasteful. That's like that's a decision. Yeah, Thornburg, it's partly it's not even YouTube specifically. It's just that like copyright law is basically written like it was written a lot of the American copyright law, and even though I'm not in the States, the US copyright law pretty much has been imposed on the world through World Trade Organization and stuff like that. But the copyright law in the States was mostly formulated in the era before streaming was a thing, when file sharing was a thing. So streaming wasn't a thing, but file sharing was. And it hasn't really changed much since then. So you end up with this absolutely crazy mess. And also there's so many people that have different things they want in it. You know, like you think at the moment there's a bunch of artists. I'm talking here I'm not talking recording artists. I'm talking like traditional what do you call it, like painting and digital artists, like people who make images, who want copyright to be stricter in order to curtail AI. You have a bunch of companies that own a lot of IP related to art that want copyright to be stricter because that's their business, that's protecting their business. You've then got people who want copyright to be more permissive so that they can do things like remixes. And there's not this like clear overall like, okay, let's work something out cohesively. Instead, it's like everyone has their own lobbyists and stuff, and it's a mess. Anyways, let's go back to Lillyroth and get the last of these in. 5 link. Oh, this is Jeweler's Boon. Yeah. Status Garb, unfortunately, is obsolete now. And so is Shaper Influence, for that matter. Shaper Influence hasn't aged very well, so that's going to end up just being vended. I do like doing these jewels, just trying for something on them. Mostly just because it breaks up the monotony of turning in cards and vendoring them all. It's the 9th Coruscating Elixir, Rat's Nest, Festive Valley, Mortal Ignorance again. Oh, that's good. That's 3rd Mortal Ignorance, I think. Let's go and vendor some things off here. So Enigma's asking, best way to search for specific cluster jewels on POE Trade. Okay. I would just... If you're looking for cluster jewel bases, the best way to do it is go to POE Ninja. If you're looking for the... Yeah, if you're looking for cluster jewel bases, that's the way to go. If you're looking for pre-rolled cluster jewels, go to PathOfExile.com/trade and just look for specific mods. Work out a list in your mind of like, okay, I must have these 2 notables, and then browse through and just see what else you're willing to accept for the rest. Yeah, I really agree with you on that, Jonesax, that copyright being, like, especially copyright on things that aren't even being exploited anymore, being lifetime of the author plus 70 years is just ridiculous. Like, I think that you have something that's quite reasonable that's not just done for the benefits of Disney. Like, even just have it so that global crit multi and damaging armaments faster. This could be really good. Sorry. Crangled. The reason I was excited for that is Perfect Agony. So global crit multi and damaging armaments deal damage faster are amazing stats together, but unfortunately the totem mod is a killer. Do I YOLO and Ellis? I think I YOLO and Ellis. Bricked. Now, we will go and vendor that, because if you vendor a jewel, if you vendor something that has only 2 mods, you get a Scouring Orb, which is a recipe not many people know about. And someone's asking about, did they miss the Gamba? They have missed, you have missed most of it. We're down to the last few percent. This is basically all that's left. So quad tab 1, quad tab 2, and quad tab 3. And we had one loose card as well. Another Victoria's Influence. It's a eye level 100 royal plate. Yeah. Good base, actually. Probably shouldn't vendor that. There's our second Harbinger fragment. In case you ever wanted that. I am just going to think... I'm just not sure if these royal plates... I don't think they're worth anything. But I'm not sure. You just go in with these other bases. There's another attempt at that same duel. Devotee's Devotion. Okay, let's go to the Shredder. We're going to go and dispose of a bunch of things here.
What can I do for you?
Alright. Sanguine Raymond, you go in the Shredder. You go in the Shredder. And you go in the Shredder. That seems like fun. We are really running out of space again, which is one we've been having for a while. We're just keeping up with the Shredder at the moment. Oh, sorry, the Shredder is just keeping up with the excess rubbish we're getting. So Void 3. We'll deposit stuff first. And then we can pull out some cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's not have that there, because then we can put that in and also put in that and that. Oh, hang on, that goes there, that goes there. All right. Yeah, Jones-X, I really agree with you on Devotee's Devotion being something that's just fallen off. It's still good in lab, because it's like the best you can get for... If you don't care much about combat proficiency, then it's the best helmet you can get for like just for move speed. That's Astral Protection, that card. This one is going to get thrown a Binding Orb on it, just to see what we hit. Which probably isn't worthwhile doing, but anyways. Binding Orb is no real cost, and it's just something to do. No, that goes away. So many of those prismatic rings that have just gone straight into the bin. That's... You know your Divination card has been effective when people are cursing it. Because I think that one was intended as a troll. Okay, so let's go Orb of Binding. Drumroll, please. Hey! That's right. It goes in the trash can. Okay, we're almost there. Oops. Nearly made the mistake, but I still haven't yet. Another Death's Hand. We seem to be getting more of them now. Asenath's Mark. That's a high tier rarity unique. That's probably going to shred for a bunch of dust. I'll go find out. But I'm pretty sure it's it shreds for like 60,000 or so. No, it doesn't. I was wrong entirely on that. Oh well, it can go into the shredder anyway. And think on what it has done. Lionel's Vision can go away, just another thing that shreds well. Hans Hubert just turned in and asking if there's been anything good so far. Second best thing has been 2 Divine Orbs from a Fortunate card. Well, the equivalent of a Fortunate turn-in. And the best one was a really, really good Ventor's. Nerdy Joe, I have not been tracking that because I thought we'd solved Void. I thought we had solved the Void, so that's why I hadn't tracked it. And unfortunately, it's going to be a long time to go through everything. It's just untenable to do that while streaming. It would be either stream it or do it all myself with a proper recording and tracking everything. I was like, oh, I haven't streamed in a while, so I kind of want to do that. But unfortunately, yeah, I haven't tracked stuff, but I thought we had this solved. If I didn't think it was solved, I would have done that, honestly. But anyways, we're basically done now. Like we're on the last 100, or if not the last 100, we're very close to it. Okay, why am I getting the bulky stuff now? I've just cleaned up enough space to put a couple of things away, and I'm just getting so many of those mirror arrows. The other thing is there's a few things you can't tell. Like you can't work out what some things are from. For instance, if I get a double corrupted the oppressor, I can't tell whether that has come from Akel's prophecy or whether it's come from the what's the name of that universal one? Arrogance of the Vaal. I can't tell which of those two has caused it. Likewise, if I get, say, I think there's 5 of some currencies, you can't tell whether it's the gambler or a direct card for 5 of that currency. I think there's a couple of 5 ofs. I think there's a card for 5 regals. We'll do that 7% life in a sec. See if we get anything on it. Probably won't. Okay. Still live. Not great. Still live. That's a good mod. And that's like middling. Throw the 90C tab. Would have sold early in the league. Won't now. We have a dump tab here, don't we? Yeah, let's just drop some bulky stuff in here. I'm still going at it, Gone Freaks. I haven't been trying to do this super fast. Partly because that would just end up being really painful on the wrists if I went super fast at it. And partly because there's a good chance to just hang around and chat and then put out a summary of the results later once we're done, but which won't be a super thorough one. It'll just be like, here's the best stuff I got. And here's the best stuff, here's a couple of interesting things. But it really is that Ventor's that's the best thing. This is like big life, big evasion. No, it's just low suppression. I misread the suppression as high. It might have been a live item if it was, but it's not. Yeah, Nerdy, that's the last I'd heard as well, what you were saying about with Fishwife there. My approach with the jewels is just when you've got one that's already, like when you get something that's already got a mod on it, I'll often throw the rest at that. Like there's a few things in the game that reward jewels that already have life on them, and there's also a couple of gift cards that reward ones with crit multi and stuff like that. Okay. Oops. Down to the last 24 now. So we're almost there. We're over 1,700. We're very, very close now. We're going to have to go to the Shredder for space soon. That's another Melagaro's Virtuosity. That's a bunch of dust. Yeah, Duresso's Salute is something that drops a lot. One of the things with Duresso's Salute was that I think Grinding Games made it more common in 3.19 very deliberately because it has a Divination card, and they have there's a Searing Exarch altar that says drop unique jewelry, like drop a Divination card for unique jewelry, and they needed something super common on it to dilute the loot pool on it, and so I think that's the reason that they made this go from like go to tier 5 like it is now. I'm not sure whether it was always 5 before that or whether it was 4, but no, whether it was 3 or whatever. But it felt like it was made much more common about that time. Sequel's Flock might be good. I don't think it is. I think it's just too common. I'm just going to confirm that though. Sequel's Flock is not good. Okay, cool. Alrighty. That's right. It goes in the shredder. That's right. It goes. That shred's okay. That's like enough to be worth putting in there. 18,000. So yeah, it's not great. Malgara's Virtuosity is actually the best of those things there for shredding, and all right, we are so close now. We just got this map can go away. Put away these things. Drop in a couple of... actually, let's just... that way. Then can we fit that in? We can. Excellent. Let's go and drop all of these last cards in. So... here we go. Final cards. Xenolalia, one thing you find, the more that you know about the game, the more that you start knowing things that are now obsolete and wrong as well. I guess something that Nerdy Joe, who's just joined us in chat, is picking up on a couple of times. I've been confident in some interaction and it's been changed because like I've remembered what it used to be. And it's no longer the case. What was... it's 20 quality. All right, we are very close now. We've got 3 left. And then we'll... so we got yet another 6 link. So many 6 links. Here we go. Sacrifice at Dawn. Last one. Let's guess that it's going to be something complete rubbish. I'm going to guess this is a item level 79 jewelry. Hey, it's an Imperial Bow. It's another 6 link. Just what I always didn't want. Okay. Vendor. Lots of 6 links. They go into the shredder at this point in the league. What I want to do now is, let's get a quick sense. Firstly, I want to count the fusings because almost all the fusings that we've got have come from vendoring 6 links. And I think we can get some information on how good the void is for 6 links. So we have 61, 101, 141, 241, 361, 461, 486, 626. Okay, we got 686 fusings. I feel like that's probably something of the order... 36 links that we got. So that's about 1 6 link per 80. About 1 6 link per 80 things. Wealthy Exile is not going to come up with much in here at all. Like, this is just basically... there's nothing individually super valuable. There's a good roll taming. There's a few of these recombination inputs that are okay. There is, however, one really good drop, and that's the one that... so we got the 2 Divines, of course, but the one thing that's going to make this a net positive, probably, if it sells, but like it's good enough to sell, was this. This is the good item we got here. The only changes being made to this, I applied 4 Blessed Orbs until it got Perfect Implicit. But this is 15% MRA, very good positive rarity without being perfect, and very good resistances without being perfect. This is not a superstar Ventor's Gamble, but this is a star Ventor's Gamble. This is like a top like maybe 0.4% type rolls on Ventor's Gamble, but without being in that top 0.1%. Yeah, Wealthy Exile will count the currency. That is true. Let's have a look. Wealthyexile.com. So we just want to look up those 3 tabs. Okay. Firstly, curiosity. How am I looking for overall? Well, I need to change. I need to force a change of zone as well. And okay, now our next thing that we want to do is go edit tabs. Firstly, we remove everything, which is then going to cause all sorts of messiness with my. All sorts of messiness with my own records, but that's okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, we have 2 Divines, 314 Chaos, we have 517 Orbs of Alteration, 2 Fragment of Knowledge, 4 Exalted Orb, 11 Trash Ventor's Gambles, one of which can't be used in the 3-for-1 inputs because it's corrupted. So we've got 10 that can be used in the 3-for-1 input recipe. We got 12 Mortal Hopes, 48 GCPs, 686 Fusings. Wealthy Exile thinks we are looking at... where's the summary? Wealthy Exile thinks we're at 15D. And... yeah, so Wealthy Exile thinks we're at 15D. That said, we are not 15D. We're not selling this stuff. Basically, we've got the stuff that will sell: Divine Orbs, Chaos Orbs, Alterations, Fragments of Knowledge, Exalted Orbs, GCPs, Fusings, and what else? Then we're starting to get to small stuff, like, yeah, we've got a lot of Val Orbs, and they do add up, but yeah, not really. So yeah, essentially, from a perspective of like actually making clear currency gain, we did make it, because like it only cost me 10 Divines to buy all of these things. Thanks, Faustus, for making the process of doing so much less painful than it otherwise would be. But whether it's actually something you would make genuine currency out, or like whether it's something that's lucrative or not, I think it is not. That said, we could have been lucky. We could have got something individually huge. And we also got, I think, more than 1 million dust out of that, but that's also coming at the expense of, like, I'm constantly throwing gold at it as well. How much gold have I got in my inventory? None. I have to run a map soon. Why don't I do that quickly? I might just run one map, then we'll go to my spare 8 mods section. I don't have anything that's I'm not Maven on at the moment. I'm not Maven on this. Cool. Let's do this one. Let's just run a map for a bit of something to do. See if we can die while we're doing this. And then I think this is going to be the end of the stream once this is done. So we'll just run one map to mess around. Scarab-wise, this is something I've talked about before. Radiant Storms, Nemesis, 2 times Adversaries. Domination Scarab just for something else. That can vary. Yeah, 1 million dust costs... probably, I would say, given that we've thrown a bunch... like, we've put a bunch of effort into it. So 1 million dust without effort is like probably 2.5 div. But 1 million dust with quite a bit of effort is not that. We're actually... good. This is good. I needed a lot of gold, and we got bismuth. So now I need to get myself a new Radiance thing. When I say Radiant thing, I mean Radiant Storms, Resplendent Tempest. I've got to keep that up on myself. It's the huge Magic Find boost that it gives you when it's active on you. That's ridiculous on monsters, but it's like not reliable on monsters. Whereas if it's on you, you can make it reliable. I missed that one though. And I was fast enough on that. Good. Resplendent Tempest is slower than the Horn Scarab of Glittering. They're basically the same Scarab, it's just that Horn Scarab of Glittering can be done fast. Whereas Resplendent, you got to mess around. That's not a swing anymore, but it's still a nice drop, I think. Ambush of Containment. I think it's dropped to like half a Divine from what it used to be. It used to be like 1.7 or so. I don't think it's that high anymore, but I could be wrong. In any case, it's a top 20 Scarab, maybe even top 10 still. Key thing we're looking for here, though, is just getting that gold. And more uniques that are high item level to Shard as well. Being item level 85 mostly will be really good here. I did get that wrong. I didn't have Resplendent Tempest up, so lost a bunch of gold on what I could have got there. Now we got it back again. In any case, this will be the end of the stream after this. I'll put together a quick summary, which I might just put in at the notes of it at the start, or the notes below the video, although that's going to be too late for people. But basically, the big drops were one almost amazing Ventor's Gamble, extremely good, and 2 Divine Orbs, and just a whole bunch of like small stuff that adds up, but not really adds up very well. We didn't get anything that you would call a tremendous hit, just a lot of stuff that sort of adds up to be okay. Also, we're going to get a lot more compact dust here because my loot filter is more aggressive here. So the limiting factor for Rog at the moment has been disenchanting time, his throughput, and I'll have more efficient things here because of that. Izina's asking how good the Wildwood is now. The person who's been doing this the most that I'm aware of is Snoobe. Snoobe has definitely been getting a lot out of the Wildwood. But I feel like you have to go all in on Affliction now. You have to use Scarab of Wisps as well. So it's one of those things where if you're just doing the Wildwood casually, it's bad. But if you're doing it min-maxed, it's really good still. That's my understanding of it. One thing I like about being very, very strong block here, including spell block, is that when you do get a pack of monsters like that that has a lightning totems in it, you can just eat it. Just stand in the middle. Likewise, these things that just do a lot of small hits, they end up actually recovering your health rather than draining it. So they end up making things easier rather than harder. And there we go. Okay, so the key thing I was doing there was basically going and getting myself a bunch of extra gold. We got 30,000. That keeps the town going. That lets the town flow another 2 hours, which is good because I am thinking I want to go talk to Faustus. Not Faustus. Talk to Johan instead of Faustus. Dump all my gold in there. I've now got 45,000 in the town, which is going to keep us running for 3.5 hours, which is until 11 PM at my local. That means I can then go and drop new items into Rog's Shredder. And then after that, Willow Gift is good. Mukau's Embrace is not. But Tassalio's Sign is not great. I couldn't remember what that was. But Willow Gift is good. Always happy to see that go in the Shredder. Someone also asked, how much does that double influenced unique that we got shred for? Let's find that one out. It was a Megin Lords, wasn't it? There's a Girdle is the name of that item, I think. I think that's what it was. Okay, Megin Lord's Girdle. Double influenced, and it's going to go in the Shredder. Oh, the Mirror MTX. So there you go. It's only 7,000. The Mirror MTX is a finisher effect. It's definitely one of my favorite. Definitely my favorite thing at the moment. Plummeting Mirror Rare Finisher effect. It was recently added to the store. So it's a cash store MTX, and it's like, I feel like it might be 20. It might be 250 points or something like that. It's occasionally on sale. It is my pick of the best thing I've seen in a long time for MTX. For purely cosmetic ones. Anyways, folks, thank you all. I'm going to wind up the stream at this point with one quick recap of the big Ventor's Gamble, just so you can see that again if you're interested. This is the best thing we got. You know, MRE and resist Ventors with good positive rarity, very good positive rarity. So it's just like an all-around good stuff Ventors. We got 2 Divines, and we got a lot of crap. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. May your Valorbs have interesting results, and may you end up getting some interesting Void cards if you decide to turn them in. If you do want to get any Void cards to turn in, come talk to Faustus. Here's your pal. All you need to do is just put up a buy order, and wait. I got 35 while I was doing this stream because I set up a buy order for 200 at the start of it, just at 1 for 1, and people will just occasionally throw them in there. It's anonymous. It's not like I'm getting any advantage over what other people would have. You will, however, have to outbid 1 for 1. You might need to go 11 chaos for 10 void cards, and then in that case, you'll get them.